There's no flicker, there's no flame in you. Think we're playing a game, yeah. You and I aren't the same, and I need a chance to rise from the ashes. And everybody watching, everybody talking, better keep on walking bye. 'Cause I don't wanna fall for another lie. I think it's time to fly. 'Cause I crushed and burned and broken heart and laid there for a while. But now I don't choke when I see smoke. It only makes me smile. You find me in the furnace, you'll find me in the flames. 'Cause baby I'm a phoenix, and I'm rising again. And I'm rising again. And I'm rising again. I've died 1,000 deaths and put myself up from the depths, and I don't think I need your blessing to rhythm my wheels on the better now. They don't want that new blood, they just want that old love. How you never enough for you. No, I don't wanna fall for that same old life. I think it's time to fly. 'Cause I crushed and burned and broken heart and laid there for a while. But now I don't choke when I see smoke. It only makes me smile. You find me in the furnace, you'll find me in the flames. 'Cause baby I'm a phoenix, and I'm rising again. You find me in the darkness, breaking my chains. Baby I'm a phoenix, and I'm rising again. You find me in the furnace, you'll find me in the flames. 'Cause baby I'm a phoenix, and I'm rising again. You find me in the darkness, breaking my chains. Baby I'm a phoenix, and I'm rising again.
Only 3 months remain in the 2021 VDL regular season, and our standings are still far from settled. Well, at least spots 4 through 7. Last month, the second solo of the season produced our new league leader. But is that top position solidified? Or will we get at least one more solo to challenge the DBNI regular season automatic berth positions? Turning to the other side of the pond, the Tour of Britain has set up the stage for its final act next month. We will recap the September matches and get our analyst strategies for how to approach the final TOB weekend. All of this and more is coming up on our special Halloween edition. Welcome to League Night.
Now there ain't nothing to it, go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile bonds, ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions, know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'm a big gun, but still watch me escape.
Guten Tag, my diplomacy friends, and welcome. Oh, shoot. Let's get this right here. Guten Tag, my diplomacy friends, and welcome to our Halloween edition of League Night. Oh, man, I am Kevin O'Kelly. I'm normally behind the scenes, so you can see how I'm excited tonight to get into our Halloween spirit. Brian sent me out to scare the audience. So tonight I am joined by three of the diplomacy hobby's greatest personalities. All work and no play makes David Hood, the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's Jack Nicholson. It's hobby luminary and host of DBN's Deadline. Here's David.
Hello, Kevin. Happy Halloween. Looking forward to a spooktacular broadcast.
Boom, you're in the spirit. So the the power of solo compels him to always push for those extra dots. I forgot how to click here. So, which he did with the aforementioned solo from last month. Please welcome one of DBN's co-founders and Windy City Weasel legend, Brandon Fogel.
Hey, Kevin, it is great to be here. I'm glad I finally get to see what life is like on the other side. Having been a player, now I get to be a broadcaster. Really looking forward to it.
Well, we are looking forward to your insight. And last, we couldn't have a Brandon Fogel sighting without this. Anytime you play with this Longhorn on your board, there's always a chance of a chainsaw massacre. And frankly, with him on set, like I said, with Brandon, things could get bloody. Please welcome my favorite villain, Ed Sullivan.
Greetings. I'm masquerading like I'm the fan of a real sports team today.
I know it happens. You know, it's my team lost last week too. I don't know about this week. We'll get there. We'll send you out on a scouting mission.
Kevin, I didn't realize Ed was going to be here. I'm not sure that I can do this tonight.
Well, so it's nice. It's nice that you mentioned that. Thanks for joining us here on League Night. And the question of the day will be, when executing a stab, how many centers does it take? I stabbed you without getting any, so this one's going to work out for me. So we're going to have our Dipcast chat talk about it tonight. So think about it, you guys. We're going to get your best stab stories coming up. But if you're thinking about your stab, what's it going to take? 2 dots, 3 dots, 4 dots? Or in Maletsky's honor, a negative dot stab. So Dipcast, we need it. Go with hashtag. Let's see. Let's go with hashtag QOD. So this is what we're going to go for tonight. And we are going to be talking about VDL. We are in October, so we've only got 3 nights left, and Tour Britain. We've already gone through there. So let's get to VDL. As of September, we've got 75 players who've competed in 35 games this season. And for the most part, the standings have been the same. But guys, we see two major moves in this. The move to the top spot by yours truly over there, and Tom DeGraff making the big jump. David, what do you think? If you were on last month's broadcast, what do you think heading into this one?
Tom's performance really was amazing. And I'm not trying to bury the lead because Brandon soloed a game, but Tom's performance last week really was amazing. I'm wondering if he can really keep that momentum going as he proceeds, into these games tonight. Brandon, of course, is only so much you can say about a guy who solos, except the only thing you really can say is, way to go, man.
Well, that's what I was going to ask Ed. Is so with that solo, what do the standings look like for someone who's beyond him right now?
He's uncatchable, but he can be caught in the final game.
Yeah, we're going to see. So when we get to the bubble watch, Brandon, what's it going to take for some of these folks? Maybe to try and catch you, but B, to get up in that top 7.
Well, I'll say, first of all, I am still very catchable. I have a solo and then 2 other board tops, and there are plenty of people with bigger board tops. There are plenty of people with bigger board tops. There's this loud puffing sound coming from the state of Texas right now, and I think we've all learned to tune those out. So I'm going to keep working on that tonight. Yeah, no, look, somebody who gets a solo, Karthik's got a score of like 150. Morgante has a score of 170. Those folks, if they get a solo, would pass me. But the thing for these players to look at who are on the bubble is what is their third score, and what is the third score of the people ahead of them? Because your third score represents the score that you're going to replace if you do well. And a higher third score is actually makes it harder for you to advance. It indicates that your scores are more even, whereas a lower third score indicates that you've done well in your first or second game, and you have much more ability to vault further up in the standings. Karthik, for example, is one to watch here. He actually has 2 good board tops and 2 zeros. So his third and fourth scores are both zeros. Any points he scores today would go directly into his point total. So he's one who's primed for a big move today.
Yeah, and I believe he is on the agenda for who we will see today. So, and it's great that you brought up that point, Brandon, because I looked at that as we're going to take a closer look at our top 3. Your second and third scores are obviously better than McCarless, but his fourth and fifth are better than yours at this moment. So if he is able to replace one of those with a higher one, his rest of average has a chance to catch you. So maybe one board top is all it'll take. I think it's 150 point board top. But he already has the solo ad. I see, people behind without the solo. We'll have to see. Maybe that'll be one of our topics of conversation tonight. So as we take a look into our top 3, we're going to see some stats on there. Hey, Brandon, why don't you tell the audience about what we're going to see?
Yeah, sure. So some of these are relatively straightforward. So games played, top share is a number that we like to toss around. And a top share is the average number of times that you have topped the board or shared the board top with less being given for a shared board top. So you get 1 for a lone top, half for a 2-person share top, and 1/3 and so forth. And we average that together. And that gives an indication of how likely or how often the person has topped the board. CAP is the centers above or below the average, and that is normalized by power. So that indicates how well you've done in general. And we've tried to make that relative to how other people have done. So, if you've played France a lot, for example, you would likely have a higher center average, but you might not necessarily have as high of a centers above power average. So those are the 3 sort of overall game statistics. Then we've tried to identify some simple statistics that can tell us something about how each person has played the game. One of them is what we call the CAP 04 stat, which indicates whether you've done well after 1904 or before 1904. So players who have a high CAP 4 indicate that they tend to do well in the early part of the game. So if they have a low cap but a high CAP 4, that means they tend to start fast and then fade out. The other 2 stats that we have are sort of the beginning of our foray into trying to quantify how much people play in alliances or don't. And the 2 that we've come up with so far are foreign supports given and foreign supports received. And we're still figuring out how to represent these for people, but for the audience's consumption. But they give an idea of how much people are getting support from other players and how much they're giving them to other players. And that tells you something about whether they like to play in alliances or like to play on their own.
Excellent. So as we get into it, Ed, so Morgante with his near solo, we almost had 3 for the season last month, jumped back over Saren after Saren jumped in the top 3 last week, but he stayed in third because of Mr. Fogo's solo. What do we think about Morgante's stats after last month?
Okay, well, I think the stat that leaps out to me is his CAP 04 stat. So how he's doing relative to his power after 1904. I mean, he grows big, and then he continues to grow. That's a sign of a player who's in a lot of games and does, really well. And Morgante's magic elixir, if you will, mostly is making players think that they need him, that he's useful to you. And many times, most of the time, he is until he's not. So in the VDL, there's some newer players, but Morgante is sort of changed his game a bit and now works with a lot more experienced players. So, he'll be in the finals and he'll be formidable. He'll be at the top 7.
And so you mentioned about playing in a lot of games. We ran through it, and these stats are all based on players who have had at least 4 games, which is up to 55 now, up from 51 last month, with 141 total players over the last 2 VDL seasons. Brandon did some research behind the scenes, and we have 12 that have played 10 games or more going in, and I think we get 2 more tonight. So we're going to have a lot of players who have played a lot of games. And to your point about he's maintained consistency, maybe in a future broadcast when we get Brian back and the stats team, just show I don't call them the diehard dedicated players, but just show how their stats kind of match up against each other too. So for a guy who's kind of not played as much because he had an early lead, David, what are we going to see now that maybe McCarless has to chase someone?
Well, he may think about it that way, or he may not, because he's really not in competition with Brandon. He's in competition to make sure he makes the top board. That's probably going to happen. I know the seeding matters some in the way that this is going to turn out, but in terms of competition, I think it's more likely the question becomes, who is going to actually end up playing with McCarless on the top board, and how does he want to be perceived when he gets there? The issue with McCarless throughout the entire year has been that he had the only solo until last month when Brandon now joined him. So does that mean McCarless can actually cut himself a little slack here to not make him look quite so dangerous to everybody now that he's not the only one who's had a solo? These stats tell us something, but not as much as they would in Morgante's case, because McCarless has only got 4 games here. So the stats mean a little bit less, but some of these, ordinals just jump out at you. First in cap, first in, third in top share because of the number of games played. So I think the statistics mean a little bit less in McCarless's case because of the games played number. And it's really more a question of perception in his case.
So in comparison here, I noticed that in Morgante's foreign supports given and foreign supports received, he was in the 20s. I think it was 23rd in given and 20th in received. Which kind of means he's more of maybe an individual player. He, isn't asking for or getting, or giving supports. McCarless is first in foreign supports given. Is that going to be a play style that he can take advantage of too? Maybe once we get to Brandon's stats?
Possibly, although again, I think that might be a little bit deceiving. A, we've only got 4 games to put in here, but B, he's probably been slow playing a little bit since his solo that he did back in the spring. And part of the way you slow play is give a lot of supports to other people instead of trying to get such a good score on your own board. After all, that hasn't been the emphasis for him, given the fact that he already has the solo from earlier in the season that greatly expands his score beyond anybody else, again, until last month.
Yeah. That's precisely what he's doing.
Well, it's a way in. And Ed, I know when we first started playing together, you had a good lead last year, and it built up some good standing to get you through too. So it clearly works. So for this guy in first, 5 games played, so not as near. And this is, again, McCarless 4 for the last 2 seasons. I don't think, Brandon, did you play any VDL last year? You were primarily DBN. Yeah,
I didn't play anything last year.
So this is, and I think McCarless' first year too. So you guys are, and I think Morgante has 9 for this season. So you guys aren't that far behind in this season. But the overall supports, I mean, every single category is top 10 here. A lot of foreign supports given. As being a weasel, I know you like to weasel your way into alliances. So these stats are easily understandable for someone who's seen them a lot. But your way of getting out, you get out early with the good cap, and then you get that cap 04 that when you just keep riding the wave all the way along. Obviously, it's pushed forward by a solo as well. But these stats are indicative, I think, of how you play and kind of what you'll be up against on the top board. So, gentlemen, what do we think? Top 3, are these going to be the top 3? As I mentioned in the intro, I said spots 4 through 7 are a little dicey. Do we think anyone cracks these top 3 the rest of the way?
I think someone could crack the third place. I think first and second are going to be difficult. Although watching Brandon with the horns down in the picture where he looked like he was, at some rally, I was hoping somebody could maybe take him down, but it's not going to happen.
The horns down. That's a picture from when I was officiating at Brian Pravel's wedding. So I have a Longhorn on one side of me and the Longhorn's future spouse on the other side.
Just I want to make a comment for the audience. This is not just going to be about the Texas Longhorns tonight. There will be other subjects we will cover. And so just bear with us.
All right. As we get into the season, I like that the red arrow hasn't moved away from my favorite tournament, the Weasel Moot. But we are into October, and we're moving along, as you see, with VDL and the French League. We are down to our final few months. The Tour of Britain will have it's not championship, but we're gonna go into the final weekend to get those league week 38 for all the Premier League fans out there. We're gonna get those. Tour of Britain finals will be November 13th and 14th, after which the new queen or king of English diplomacy will be crowned. The next VDL will be November 20th, right before the American Thanksgiving holiday. So we'll get in a little bit more before the holiday starts. Discord has their leagues going on. We've got Gunboat, which is Wave 9, and those signups are due by Monday. Waves begin every 2 weeks, both for Gunboat and for the Press League. So you'll have some time to play in the next Gunboat League. Press League, their next deadline is October 25th, so a week from Monday. Again, every 2 weeks. And the Speedboat League usually kind of ends in the middle of the month, so I think they just finished their current season, and I believe there is a Longhorn who is on our set tonight that will be in competition. Is that right, Ed?
I'm as bubble as you get. I'm as bubbly as champagne in that. Don't count on me.
Well, I look forward. You won't be able to analyze your game on the next finals if you're on there. So we'll have to look for a replacement. Maybe Karthik can come in and give some Longhorn specialty.
The last thing I need is Karthik commenting more on my game.
All right. So if we will have links to these below. For all the events coming up, the big tournaments is we're going to get to. You're seeing we have face-to-face Carnage coming up in a couple of weeks. I know Dave was still taking registrations for that. I know a lot of people are excited about it. I've seen some good rosters. I think his server has that up to date. So message the board. And then the big virtual diplomacy championship in December. We're getting close to that too. And by that time, the DBNI spots are going to be nearly locked up. So get in to play while you can. These are some great events, and as we found out last week in our player spotlight interview, Roni found the game because the DBN video popped up while he was watching something else. So click that like button down below, hit the subscribe on our channel, and maybe you'll find out the next game that they were going to play. So, all right. So speaking of feature player spotlight, as we mentioned, we've got one big jump into the standings this week, and it is Tom DeGraff, whose name I butchered in the interview. So we'll hear from him, and we'll do that now. And welcome to the featured player interview for this month. We are lucky enough to be joined by coming into this month's play, top 7 in both VDL and Tour of Britain, Tom DeGraff. Tom, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Kevin.
Excellent. So, like I said, we've got you in the top 7 in both leagues. How'd you find out about the game?
I was taught during a normal board game day. Phil Weisert, an old-time player from the U.S. and Germany, he taught it to a group of people, and I was one of them. And in 1903 or whatever, I made a mini stab on him, and he instantly said, like, "I think this game might be for you, Tom." And I agreed with him. And yeah, been learning and trying to improve myself ever since. had a bit of a break starting in 2018, maybe. Keeping up until the pandemic, and then I started up again.
Excellent. I remember you joining, I believe, right around the time of the Winter Classic last year. That was your first virtual face-to-face game. Was that time?
Yes. So I played on Web Diplomacy before, like when I started in 2015. After my break, I got invited to a few face-to-face tournaments again. Met some cool people from the US, Bill Hackenbracht and some others. And if I'm remembering correctly, he also started with like trying to get people together for the VWDC. It was like, yes, this sounds like fun. We're sitting indoors too much, so let me play some diplomacy again. And I got instantly hooked again.
It is addicting. And I remember Phil, I don't know if Phil watches the programs or not, but Phil came over to Chicago and played with us in the 2016 World Diplomacy Championship. And I know he's a big footballer as well. So we keep in touch when Deutschland plays. So Phil's a good guy. So you learn from the right guy. So
absolutely.
So you're in the Netherlands. What is the virtual face-to-face like league night or VDL and the Tour of Britain? Does that kind of equate to how the Dutch handles the ongoing leagues, or is it tournament versus league play?
So we used to have our own leagues in the Netherlands, which we tried to organize with a little group. I tried to help a little bit at some point, but then I stopped. But yeah, I think it's very similar. We, of course, are very used to just timed games that end in 1908 or 1912 or after a set amount of hours. And the current VDL and Tour of Britain do that as well. So it feels just like playing the way we're used to it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So all right, so we're getting into our last 3 months of VDL. I think there's only one more weekend of Tour of Britain. As you head into these final games, do you have a separate strategy to play, or are you just going to kind of play as you've been?
I'm probably just going to continue playing as I've been. It's nice to win, but the Tour of Britain especially, I don't think I'll stand any chance, especially since I'm a bit too much of a draw-heavy player. Soloing is difficult in such settings. So I'll try for it. I'm not counting on it happening, but it's still fun to play anyway.
Oh, yeah.
And for the VDL, I think I just need one more good score that's slightly better than what I have now to keep my position. I don't think if I don't improve my score that I'll stick in the top 7, but we'll see.
Well, we have a lot to watch for, and there's been a lot of diplomacy chat. But outside of diplomacy, do you do other games, or it's diplomacy or nothing?
It's definitely not diplomacy or nothing. I'm a big fan of 18xx type of games. A lot of people in the hobby like those as well, I've come to learn. So whenever we're gonna go back to playing live, I'll definitely be bringing some and expecting to play some of that. And besides that, I'm also a big fan of the Mafia games. I still play those occasionally on Web Diplomacy, and that always nice.
Yeah, I know that's a big part of what we all miss from the face-to-face. So we will look forward to getting back to that next year. Maybe we will see you in person at one of the next World Diplomacy Championships. But Tom, thank you for joining us today, and we look forward to watching you the rest of the season.
Thanks for having me, Kevin.
Excellent. It was great to hear from him, and Phil was a fun guy to meet when he was in Chicago back in the day. So it's good that the hobby, and I think they were trying to, David, one of the deadline broadcasts, weren't they trying to get a game together? I forget if the Netherlands were working on their hobby still. I know it's been tough.
It has been tough. You know, in the European hobbies in general have gone up and down over the years, but it would be great to see that on an upswing again. That would be great.
Excellent. All right. So it's time for our first look at the question of the day. Again, today's question: when executing a stab, what is the minimum number of dots you want before attempting it? So let's get those questions in the chat. And as we wait a little bit, guys, Brandon, what's your most memorable stab? Give me a story. I'm looking for a scary story here.
The most memorable stab on me, or the one that I executed?
Either way, if the stab executed on you was more memorable than any one that you've given, why not?
All right, I'm going to go for a stab that I did that ended up killing me. This was at my first major tournament. It was the WDC in 2016, and I was on a board with Bill. I was Germany. Bill Hackenbracht was in England. Peter Jürgen was in Germany, and Dave Miletsky was in Italy. And it was like my second game ever playing in tournament play, and I did really well. I played good defensive play in the West and kept Peter and Bill battling each other. They both wanted me to work with them, and I sort of just kept them at arm's length, but kept them from working with each other. And I was topping the board midway through, and Dave Miletsky had made a move in the South and had gotten up to within a dot of me. I think it was like 9-8 or 10-9 or something like that. And Bill Hackenbracht taught me a really good lesson, which was not to listen to him, because he convinced me that we had to worry about Dave Miletsky. And so I sent a couple units down across the stalemate line, not thinking that I was going to really attack Dave, just that I wanted to pretend that we were going to work together in the West. That ended up triggering a chain reaction that I think anyone who's ever played with Dave Miletsky and tried to cross him has experienced. And Dave decided to teach me a lesson of his own, and he abandoned his position entirely, sent all of his units toward me. I ended up, I think, on 2 centers by the end of the game, and I think Bill Hackenbracht topped that board.
Master diplomat. David, anything that could top that?
I don't recall ever having stabbed myself. Just like Farron and I are pretty much on the same page here. I remember some strategic realignments. I do remember those. But in terms of stabs, I really don't recall any. There was a strategic realignment when I played when I won DipCon in 1987, which I still remember. It was an AT, and I think I was the Turk, but no, I think I was the Austrian. Anyway, I stabbed for the win. That was fun. And it was against one of my best buddies at the time named Eric Ozog. And we were still buddies afterwards. And that's what diplomacy is all about.
Ed, you don't stab, right? Just like Peter and Farron said?
No, I do it, but I feel bad about it. But my best one, Cascadia this year, 7-7 at the end for a 20 center win of Cascadia tournament. And the best one ever against me, bar none, was season 2 qualifying round by Conk. Jordan Connors against me. It was a fantastic, brutal stab that not only wanted to make me cry, I also still wanted to hug Jordan because I loved him so much, because that's how good a player he is.
I miss Jordan. We haven't seen him since I think maybe 2018, but I know he's online, and it's good to see him. Maybe we'll get him back when we're back to face. So all right,
Kevin, I want to add a euphemism to the strategic realignment that David just offered. This is one that was introduced to me by Chicago's own Jim O'Kelly after reneging on an agreement that we had made, which we had gone at great lengths to indicate that this was going to be the first time that we would ever work together. And we were both really excited about that, or at least pretending to be. And he didn't do what he said he was going to do. And then I reversed on him and moved all my units towards him. And he got so angry at me after the game. And I pointed out that he had reneged on our agreement. And he said he didn't stab me. He just unilaterally adjusted the agreement.
That sounds like every negotiation I ever had with Jim. Jim and I played together for 14 years and never allied once. So he's evil, though. So anyway, we digress. Before we get into our games this evening, with only 3 months to play here in VDL, there's certainly some storylines. David, what do you think about going into tonight with VDL?
We saw some big moves last month. I think the question is, do we have time with, 3 game days left or video? Do we have time for any more big moves? I think the answer is yes, because we've still got some players out there who do not have very many game finishes. So if they come in and have some really good ones, that could lead to major sort of gigantic moves. But obviously, the closer we get to December, the less likely it is we're going to get those big moves. It was exciting to see Tom's move last month, Brandon's move. Are we going to see any tonight? Or is it going to take a solo to have a big move going forward with so many games having been played and so few games left to be played?
So, Ed, you were in the chase and you were on the VDL top board last year. When did not the pressure, what's your storyline maybe in this, in when does the pressure kick up on anyone who's really trying to get their spot in?
I made it in the last game into the top board. And I don't know, I was pretty full of myself before I started getting beaten down this year a bit. But I just sort of felt like if I put in solid top board, top share performances, I would do okay. I came in very confident and that helped, but I thought what I noticed last year and what I think will happen this year is it's not just is there time left on the calendar, but knowing how to play the time limit in VDL is important. You can't get out too early and you can't go too late. The timing is got to be perfect for people who want to make their move. And I think we'll see people who may go out early in games tonight get reeled back in a bit, sort of like a Peloton in the Tour de France.
All right, Brandon. So you've seen the standings. We'll see if we can put them up again here. What's your story going into tonight since you're on this side of the glass?
I'm really curious to see what the ripple effects of last week's solo are. Do they make further solos more likely or less likely? Are people going to be playing tighter because they worry about letting too many spots get sewn up? David brought this up on last week's broadcast that maybe Karthik had made a mistake by throwing the solo to me because it meant less spots available on the top board. Or are people more likely, it's now been done twice. So the seal has been broken and the emergency seal has also been broken. And so, is it open season now? Very curious to see that.
Yeah, and I believe that was one of our questions of the day, maybe right after McCarles too. So I agree. I'm with you on that. Mine is, will play styles change as we kind of look at the standings here? 1, 2, and 3 are virtual locks for the top board, not guaranteed, but virtual. The players from 4 to 10, if they're starting to play each other a little bit more, are you going to find alliances that carry over month to month? So maybe 7 and 8 or 8 and 9 will work together to move up to 4 and 5, 5 and 6. I'm curious to see if this is really going to open it up like you think maybe, or if you're going to have even more hunkered down alliances and you see packs of players moving up and down together. So we'll see as we get there. So Ed, we'll let you refill your drink before you come back on to help us tonight. Thanks for chipping in at the start here. And I also am going to turn it over to David and Brandon as we get into tonight's first matchup. Guys, what do we think going into game one with this kind of board, David?
Well, this is, of course, the board that starts 2 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. So it's primarily, although not exclusively, as you can see, European players. There's obviously, or in Ronnie's case, player from Israel. The thing that, again, is always interesting to me when you've got players mostly not from North America, they have more experience actually in playing under time limits than like a newer player from North America would have, who may have only played online or only played face-to-face where the time limits are not quite as, done exactly the same way. Is that going to affect these players? Do they already know? Some of these players we've seen plenty of times, Farron, Robert, Nick, Tom, Ronnie. Nicholas and Chris, a little bit less. We've seen them less. Are they going to be familiar with how VDO works as a league, or they're probably just as familiar with time limits? Is any of that play style going to matter in this game?
Excellent. All right, Brandon. So what we'll do, since you're not a normal VDL guy, we'll have David take the lead on these, and I'm looking forward to the perspective from the soloist. What are you going to see as this board develops? So spring 1901. Let's see if I can figure out how to move this board. I haven't done it in a while. Let's see. There we go. All right, take it away, guys.
Well, the question of normal, Brandon, no, he's not normal to begin with. But in terms of looking at these normal moves that we've got, how normal is it for us to see the bounce in Tyrolia, for example? That's probably a little less than normal. On the other hand, this Turkish, move the army to Armenia and the fleet Russia bounces you there has become a new normal. Yeah. Do you agree, Brandon?
Yeah, I've seen it more and more now. As Turkey wants to have other options, or honestly, this might be a response to the AIs that have been so pervasive in the hobby. So Turkey is finally saying enough. If you're going to keep coming at me, I'm going to come at you.
Yeah. Otherwise, I would say relatively normal spring 01.
Let's see if I can click the right button. There we go. All right. So onto the fall. Again,
just sort of throwing stream of consciousness. What jumps out at me is look at Burgundy and Munich.
Yeah.
That's did the French try to slip in there because the Roni had decided, Nick, go ahead and take Belgium, and I'm going to try to slip into Munich. It's easier to do that when the guy's not in Munich, because why would the guy leave Munich when he's in Munich? But it also might be that they're actually working together, and at this point there is no conflict at all. It'll be a good question to see.
Yeah, England's builds I'll focus on here. That'll be really interesting to see.
Is England going to need it with this? I don't know if I've ever seen a support in there. It's usually just, I'll let you get in.
I will say the other thing I'd point out here is the fact that Austria and Italy have not done the thing they needed to do to keep Turkey in the box, which would be Ionian to the Aegean and Venice to Trieste. So this suggests that that the AI is not working in harmony, at least not perfect harmony at the moment.
Well, just as a counterpoint, that's not the only way to play the AI.
Right.
But it has certainly become a very common way to play the AI these days.
Well, I mean, given Turkey opening with the fleet heading out, it's like, if you're AI, you really don't want to let that fleet get out there. So this could reflect AI discord. It could also just reflect that they don't trust each other enough. So we'll see.
Yeah.
All right, guys, with the builds, you wanted to see England's builds. Well, from the meta moment from last month, maybe they want to take it to the French. Give England that the five centers to start, and you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's all the more interesting given that sort of, hey, Russia, I'm Germany, I'm your best buddy. Here's the support to Sweden, which doesn't really mean anything because it's not needed. But even in the face of that, Nick builds Fleet Liverpool. That's an interesting choice, I think.
All right, well, let's see how that turns out for him.
Ooh. I'm sorry, my eye was just drawn immediately to Germany. Not getting the fleet out into Baltic and not getting support from Norway that perhaps was expected here, because that move set indicates that Germany might have been expecting support from England and Norway.
What jumps out at me is Serbia has fallen already. Now the Austrians get into Romania, of course, but was there going to be RT cooperation? Yeah, there's RT cooperation.
I like this. I like this way to start the RT. I have to say, this is nice aggressive play. You get that Russian army forward. You've got armies coming in from behind as reinforcements. That's the way to do it.
Is Robert worried about this, or is that also agreed upon in this case?
It almost certainly agreed upon, I would argue.
I would too.
And putting aside what kind of danger it poses, one of the two of them needs to be in Black Sea to have a really good early functioning RT alliance, in my opinion.
David, do you like if you are Turkey, are you happy to have that, or at least fine with having the Russian fleet in the Black Sea?
Yes, because the Russian fleet doesn't have anything else to do that's helpful. Now, you can leave it back in Romania and have it some kind of supporting unit or something, but it's so much better in the Black Sea. Does that mean that you sometimes see a stab, a convoy to Ankara and all that? Yes, you sometimes see that. But, you know, no risk, no gain. If you're going to have an alliance that's going to be a strong alliance that has a jackrabbit start, you got to take some risks. If you're just worried about everything all the time, guess what? You're probably not going anywhere.
Yeah. I have to say, I complimented the RT on their tactics. I wasn't thinking it through carefully enough. I think if you're Russia here, you have to end this turn this year in Galicia at least. If you're not going to pick up a center, you have to pick up position. So it would have been better to find a way to force Galicia rather than have an army blown up.
Yeah, that was going to be the question. Losing Serbia, making all that progress slows it down a bit, especially in a time-limited game. So,
well, I actually thought maybe a supported move on Greece would have been a better idea at this point. If once you're in Serbia, that is cool, but the main thing that does is touch a lot of other stuff. And you got to use those touches to do something important.
Yeah, you might have been better pulling back to Romania here, actually, and also forcing Galicia, something like that.
You move back to Romania, or literally you put the army Serbia to Greece. That would have been 3 units on 2. See, that would have been you move Serbia. I mean, it's easy to say that now. I don't want to be the Monday morning quarterback, but
fair enough.
When you got 3 on 2, and that's something you can do.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to get too bogged down in this, but the problem is Ionian and Romania were able to tap those other guys, so they could defend it.
Yeah. What? So England, we liked England's position to start. What? A lot of red arrows up in the northern seas.
Given where England was after it looked like RG cooperation was happening, I'd be very happy with this current position as England. But you got to get Germany you got to keep Germany on side. So England's game is about getting Germany right now to stay with them.
Yeah.
After failing to support the Germans in spring 02.
Yeah, and only the rebuild in Moscow from the blown up. So no centers change hands there. What do we see as we go forward with the RT?
Somebody was listening about Galicia being important, so they supported in Galicia. I should say, Brandon, you were right tactically last time on that. I now look at it. So, yes, they're making progress. Sometimes it could be slow progress.
Yeah.
If the AI is playing correctly, even if you don't do what you're supposed to do to block the Turks and the Aegean, like you were talking about, Brandon, it's still a slow slog unless the French are coming from behind or the Germans are coming from behind or something. The RT might have an advantage, except that they've lost the Aegean.
Yeah. It's this is nice for Farron. Farron suddenly has all the position. But I there's a lot of game left in this one. I wouldn't be too concerned if I were Robert at this point.
Agreed. I mean, like I said, it can be a slow process, but it still can be a positive process.
Oh man, this is like 75% red in the fall here. I mean, there's no progress.
It's not red. Burgundy to Paris, not red.
Yeah.
Munich to Burgundy, also not red.
Yeah. With support from the English. So England and Germany are now finally working together. Interestingly enough, not taking Sweden.
Exactly.
Really well done on Farron's part to maintain the status quo in the north diplomatically. Really, we'll see if Farron is able to keep this going now that Germany is getting a build and England has position. But really nice to keep that border status quo so far.
What do you think Warsaw to Silesia means for that diplomatically, though?
Well, unfortunately, it probably means Army Berlin, which isn't what you want. Maybe Army Munich. I don't know. Farron can sell it as needing leverage over Bohemia. The question is, does that give Farron the option to do something strategically different that is tempting? I don't know. What do you think?
I don't like the Warsaw to Silesia unless Farron thought that there was going to be a bounce or something.
You got your army. You got your Army Berlin, and for the Italian, the blown up fleet is rebuilt back home. So good for there.
Well done, Robert. Man, I mean, getting that position back, that's a big deal, and keeping Bulgaria, that's a big deal for Robert.
Oh, look at this. I gotta highlight this on the map.
Yep.
Oh.
Yes. That is really something. That is really something.
How did so Paris supported it then?
Yes.
And Piedmont tapped Marseille just to make sure. Ended up not being necessary. Yeah, that's a beautiful set of moves.
And it's really beautiful for the RT that they guessed correctly in the Balkans. The question was what Trieste was going to defend. Although I'm not sure. Yeah, that was just a question. You know, the fact that they made the right move there, the Russians made the right move there, is really good for Farron. And sometimes you just got to guess right.
Bohemia to Munich is fun. What do you? Maybe that was arranged with Germany to keep Russia from sneaking in there.
Maybe, but it also means that you didn't hit Galicia, which means Budapest fell.
Yeah, it's recoverable though if Bohemia taps Galicia.
It is.
Wow.
The once and future Serbia for the Russians.
Yeah.
And this trip from Belgium to Gascony. Where
know,
all
Gascony,
armies go to die.
Armies go to die.
That's right.
So here, this board, Sabi, who provided us with Halloween Spirit, as we'll see on these board names going forward. This one, I believe, was called Ghostly Stab. So
no, that's a later one. This one, this one was GM'd by Peter McNamara.
Yeah.
And Sabi loudly complained to me that Peter didn't give it a spooky name. But hey, I have to point out here what happens in Denmark and Sweden, because that is some high-class dipsy doodle right there. The upshot is that that Farron and Nicola trade places, but the alliance structure is now completely changed. England and Russia are working together, and Germany is not part of that. So that could have long-term consequences for what happens next year.
And David, we're familiar with Nick, right? Nick was a contender in last season. I know we saw him in a lot of the countdown names, right?
You're talking about Nick Amatangelo?
Yes.
Yes, we know him largely because Brian couldn't pronounce the name. But no, Nick has played a lot, and we've enjoyed watching him play. This is an interesting set of moves here. Taking Brest, then working with the Russians. This could really show some interesting strategic realignment going on here.
All right. So we don't do positionals normally in VDL, but I've heard this was a good game. So who's Brandon? Whose spot do you want to be in right now?
Oh, wow. That's a great question. My inclination is England off the bat here. Fewer enemies, but needs to find a way to manage the alliance structure in the north. It's between Farron and Nick for me, and I'll give the slight edge to Nick just because the east is still fairly messy.
Is that you picked England because you soloed as England last month, right? Soloed?
Did that happen?
Did that happen? Oh, sorry. You were doing a little diplomacy at the start, saying, "Oh, people could catch me." I'm gonna make sure, throughout tonight that they remember you soloed.
Thanks.
Yeah,
there is a reason I'm not playing today.
David, how about you? Where do you want to be right now?
I think I would probably go the other way and pick Farron, simply because I agree that the East is a little bit of a mess, but I think Farron's got the finger to the pulse in the East. I think Farron's got it figured out diplomatically. So the question really is, what does it really mean that the English put you in Denmark, and what does that mean really diplomatically? Is there actually some way to work things out with Germany and go after Nick? Maybe. But I think if anybody can pull that off, Farron Jane.
Excellent. All right. When we get in there, we're getting into the mid game, so we'll pick it up a bit here. What do we see? Where's the big move of the turn, Brandon?
Wow. Actually, my eye is immediately drawn to both Turkey taking Greece, blowing up the Austrian fleet, and while at the same time, Farron moves the fleet back into Sevastopol, giving Turkey a lot of tactical security. This is a really nice thing for Robert. Robert now has a lot of long-term potential. And this is the kind of thing these are the kinds of games where Turkey comes on in the mid game and dominates.
And that move back to Sevastopol is what an RT needs to do here. It was very useful to be in the Black Sea, but now that there's no longer a threat to Bulgaria or Romania, you have to move it back or Turkey has to realign. So the fact that Farron did that means that, Farron and Robert have a good deal going.
Can you make any claim, David, for Brandon's pick in England right now, or is it just a mess in the West?
Oh, I think England I was with Brandon totally that it was between the English and the Russian positions. I like the English position also. I still like the English position. I understand there's a lot of red eras and so forth going on here, but I still like the English position. Even given the fact that Sweden's coming back to Denmark, that's really not a big deal.
I have to say, I would like to see that fleet in Western Mediterranean helping the English cause directly against France rather than taking a stab at Tunis.
That's the second. We're in the fall here, and this is the second time in a row.
Fall, he could have been in Mid-Atlantic and taking a swing at one of the Iberian centers this turn, but wow, that's a whole lot of mess in the. Oh goodness, Turkey picks up 2 dots here in the east. That is a big story. Turkey is suddenly looking really nice.
Yeah, I wonder what is really going on between the English and the Italians anyway. Because Tirrenian Sea de Leon, does that really make a lot of sense to you if what you're really worried about is England?
That's good.
You would just support yourself to Tunis in that situation.
Yeah, and solidify your line.
So something's going on here, and that bounce may just be some kind of arranged thing between the two of them for diplomatic purposes or something.
But it's a waste of units while there's, while Italy is dealing. But it actually Italy may be realizing they were getting a build coming in, so maybe clearing out Tyrrhenian Sea and getting position. And if that's the case, it's really farsighted on Chris's part.
Excellent. And maybe does Farron trade, picks up one down here, trades down here, knows that Robert needs a little bit more to start pushing out, and Italy, just getting prepared for another fleet for the oncoming Turkish assault. Is that maybe the defensive plan?
Perhaps. I mean, it's a little hard to predict exactly what's happening here. Because in the English have to worry about the Turks at this point. Do you put any pressure on the Italians, or do you want the Italians to go defend against the Turks?
Yeah, and England lost Belgium to Germany, so that relationship now, we'll see where they go into the fall or into the 1906. So
wow. Well, I know one place that's going is the Germans are Drognock Osten. They're going to the east, which is an interesting choice here, don't you think?
Yeah, looking at it though, kind of what else were they going to do? Going to the east, they have growth potential and they can harm someone who's a direct enemy right now. Can't do that anywhere in the west. So, here now, Warsaw is guaranteed, and Denmark can be held. There's going to be a guess about whether to protect Baltic Sea or Denmark here, but this is a nice set of moves or a nice resulting position by Germany. If they can figure out how to get one of England or Russia off their back, either through conquest or diplomacy, then Germany is also in good shape.
See, look at Lyon taking the shot at Marseille. I really wondered at the time if that was some kind of thing going on between the English and the Italians, and I still think it was some kind of talk going on. I'm not sure. I'm not saying it was a good or bad idea. I'm just saying I always, that's what that was somehow.
Yeah, and look at the tactical movement between the juggernaut here. Everything is in perfect working order, it looks like.
Well, I mean, everything's coming up Turkey. This looked like a capital R small t for a year or two, and now it's very much small r capital T. This is an alliance.
That happens too, because the Russians, of course, have a whole nother front to worry about that the Turks don't have.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, but it's funny though. But England and Germany just aren't. I mean, maybe, who knows? They're not working together. They are working together. So they have to worry about two fronts, but one's being attacked poorly. So,
well, Germany did what they needed to do here. They got England off their back and had enough confidence in the diplomacy there to risk Denmark, Holland, and Belgium. I don't know that moving those armies to the east really does much. Maybe we'll see next turn, but this is a turn for that they've accomplished a big diplomatic goal, and it's bad news for Farron. Farron is in deep trouble this game.
Well, and Nick, we were picking Nick and Farron. They're both in trouble.
Yeah.
I think there were
Hmm.
some move issues on Nick's part. I think, as you pointed out earlier, there was some less than efficient moves here, and now they've just been completely outmaneuvered. Really.
Yeah, and Nick has, got the jump on France, and now is going to be undone by a vengeful France, who's going to, slow it. This is not a great strategy for survival for France, but it's going to prevent Nick from having a decent chance to top the board.
Pulling Lyon maybe as a peace sign. I mean, not that Italy has to come home to defend against Turkey, but England still has to watch that too. So we're in spring 07. Yeah, go ahead.
And here we have the blowing up of the fleet in Romania, which is almost certainly arranged. Farron could have retreated it to black and guaranteed Ankh if it was. The question is, what happens next with that army? Does it end up staying in Romania, either by plan or because they can't get it out? And maybe Farron's okay with that, that Robert tops the board instead of her. We'll see.
And
You
England
almost
pulls
have
all the
to
way
move it
over.
to Galicia, whether it comes out or not. That's almost
Exactly.
certainly what the Turk has to do here.
Yeah.
Well, Warsaw back to Silesia, Silesia into Galicia. Let's see what the tactics will allow them.
Or you could do that if you're Robert.
Yeah, which is clearly stat. But why Ionian back to Aegean? Ooh,
that is
made a deal with the Italian.
Burn in with the Italians. So you're talking.
Yeah, but you don't need the Italians anymore. At least you certainly don't need to give up position.
Not everybody can take on the entire board by themselves with no friends like you can, Brandon. Some people have to actually work with other players on the board and that kind of stuff.
Hey, my foreign supports given was, I think, number 1, wasn't it?
Whatever. That was just giving people stuff so you could take it back from them in the next turn or something.
So we can't let this turn go without pointing out the retreat from Trieste to Serbia here. This is a miscalculation on Robert's part because Serbia was coverable from Greece, and instead it's left open for the retreat from Trieste. So Farron gets a bit of a last laugh here. Still goes down 1 to Turkey, but only 1.
Greece to Bulgaria.
Yeah, that combined with the move back to Ionian, those are the sorts of things, those are the margins upon which board tops are lost. So it's an unfortunate turn here.
Farron gives up the north. Robert builds to go north. Italy.
I have to say that Nicholas play has really been good in the last couple of years, I would argue. And we haven't said enough about that. It's been really good.
Yep. Yeah, Nicola is now. I don't know if he's in position to top the board. It would, the growth potential here is less clear, and he's vulnerable to a stab from Nick. So I might still give the edge to Robert, especially now that he's apparently made some amends with Farron, and will have dots behind him that he can take at any behind the line that he could take at any point.
Yeah,
I think maybe Nicola, if he could have rearranged and actually done something against the English, might be the way to go here. And maybe that's going to happen anyway in the fall turn. We'll see.
Oh yeah, Sweden's now takeable if he wants it.
Yeah, but he didn't do it.
And he loses
North
Belgium.
Sea, though.
Well, he loses Belgium.
Loses Belgium.
Oh, to the English.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a mess. You don't see Wests this messy very often. Usually the scale gets tipped some way or other.
Isn't this literally a 3-way fight?
What do you mean?
Munich and Marseille bounce in Burgundy. The English attack the Germans. The Germans move into the North Sea. The French and the English are clearly still fighting. Is anybody working with anybody? By the way, the English are also trying to snag St. Pete.
It's a vortex of enmity.
It's a Thomas Hobbes war of all against all. That's what it really is.
And go ahead.
I was going to say it's coming up Turkey. I mean, Turkey should top this board, I think.
I want to zoom in here. My mouse is over here. Look at the center counts. Like, we're still, even with stabs and nothing, there's potential winners here. I know the games can go till about 19, 10, 11, 12 maybe. There's some play left. So I won't even ask who do we want to be at this point. But now the stabs are coming out.
Don't you want to be Tom DeGraff at this point?
I talked to Tom, so I
keep
did the interview with Tom after his round 2 game, so I won't give any hints away. But he he didn't have many nice things to say about this game. So,
the fact of the matter is, we can call this a mess. We want to. These kind of games are incredibly fun.
Yeah, and fun to watch too. This is delightful.
And look, it looks like France has now made some kind of peace, at least with the English, right?
Yeah, pulls back, is going to get Paris here, has a free walk into Paris, and Brest too, actually. Only has one home center to build, but can get both of them back. Oh, good.
Maybe that was with with Nick's permission / agreement.
Yeah, that's great. Well, only takes the one
from England. All right, so England French rapprochement is not in the cards here. But we do get Farron takes Vienna, while Army Elite goes to Trieste, which isn't necessarily what you want. But we do have Romania given back to the Russians. So Russia's going to get a build here, and that's at Germany's expense ultimately.
That is really interesting in fall of 1909 for the Turkish units to go back like that. That's quite interesting in a time-limited league game.
By interesting, you mean unpleasant to watch?
It's an interesting choice that was made.
I should really say it was a choice.
It's really not at Germany's expense, though, because Germany took Sweden and Belgium from the English, so it's really at England's expense. So,
yeah, I think if you're Turkey at this point, you got to be thinking about topping the board, and that means taking the Russian centers at this point.
No, there's kind of took Serbia, but self-bounced in Bulgaria. The Russians pushing forward, and the West still absolutely awful.
Credit to Farron, Jane, for negotiating an alliance that is this even at this point in the game. And Robert may be playing a long game here. We'll see, and it may end up working to his benefit. So we don't mean to cast too much judgment on Robert, but it does feel a little bit like he might be passing up an opportunity.
Yeah.
It does, which sounds like something you might do in April or March or May.
Right.
But October?
Well, so now we're at a 3-way tie for first. I mean, we know VDL encourages teamwork until maybe December. So let's see if this is how it ends. We're in winter 1910. That's it.
These results will not get you on the top board.
No.
56. I know that Farron was just outside of the top 10, if I remember correctly. Where are my my fun tools? I know Brian.
Click on player list. That'll show us where these players are.
Yeah. So this is where we were. This is where we were starting the day. Farron was 9th.
Okay.
And Farron's results were her worst 3 were 49, 30, and 23. So technically adds some points.
Yeah, 7 points.
Yep.
And Robert was all the way down in 39th, but with a 0 as his third score. So look, if Robert had stabbed here and taken Serbia and Romania, that would have taken him up to 9, which would have been worth 90 points in open tribute. That would have put him let's see, at 177, which would have moved him all the way up into 22nd, it looks like, and put him within shot of another nice board top of making the top board.
I will say this, and I don't know if this is what was going on. On the other hand, sometimes people like to just play the board in front of them, honestly. And if they've had enough of the game and they think, well, this was a lot of fun, but I don't really want to stab, why don't we just end on a 3-way tie? Sometimes people go for that because they've enjoyed the game. They're ready to end it the way they want to end it, and league schmeeg.
Yeah. Let's see.
It sounds like a very pleasant way to end the game. It's just do we play diplomacy for pleasant?
Again, some people actually do.
Right, yeah,
Other people?
Yeah. And 9, like I know Brandon, I'm trying to get Ed on here, but his video doesn't seem to be showing. Maybe Ed, I'll talk to him on the screen.
No. Don't.
We want hey, it's you and Ed in the next one. We'll give Brandon a break. We're trying to figure this out. Well, we'll get Ed on there at some point. Maybe he froze. Actually, he's not even moving. So if he's not drinking something, then he must. There's the video. Well, we'll log him out for a second. And if you're only going to get 9, you're only going to get 90 points. That's really not big enough for a stab. If you want to stab, you want to get 120, 130. So maybe you build a relationship with Farron, and they came together after a first stab. Maybe that's worth more for an alliance building or for future purposes rather than this game. So,
if you want to watch a game that's dynamic, this was that game.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So there are games where not very many interesting choices are made, not very many interesting things happen. We had a couple of cool convoys that were important. We had some really good switcheroos. We had some miscalculations about the retreat to Serbia, which were instructive for the rest of us to watch. It was a fun game to watch.
Yep.
The fact that we're a little bit disappointed in how it ended is understandable given the fact that we're commentating on league games and we care about the score. But I can understand how the players might have thought differently. And, of course, they're the people that matter. It's their game.
No. Well, Brandon can go celebrate this game off the board since another game down keeps him in first place for a little bit longer. So go get a drink and get a costume, and we'll see you on the next one.
All right.
I cut him off. I didn't even let him say goodbye. So
Good.
All right. On to the next one. This is round 2. Ghostly Stab. So we got Ghostly Stab here. Actually, I take that back. We're not going to do that one now. We're going to do this one. We're going to do Spooky Season. In honor of Zach, we're going to spell things wrong all night. So we got Spooky Season here. I'm going to switch you guys. Ed, you're going to be our lead, and David's going to provide the big picture on this one. So, Ed, with these players, I know you've worked with a few of them and played against a lot of them. What do you think going in?
Ben needs a good score, and I think the pivot in the East will be whether or not Ben and Jason can work it out and see a rare AT. And then in the West, I'm really surprised to see West playing France because I think the bots who control diplomacy board placement always put West as Russia.
Well, how many times do you see the bounce in Piedmont? Not very often. You do see it some as an arranged sort of deal, but you don't see it all that often. And in this case, I don't even think it was arranged because the rest of the move is the Italian anti-French move.
Well, just as a little follow-up again to I love recalling last month's meta moment. This was kind of the scenario of France getting the channel and possibly getting into Piedmont. I know Andrew Goff loves talking about this opening, so maybe Wes got picked as France and decided to move with it.
The other thing to quickly talk about before we leave is the Vienna to Budapest, Warsaw to Ukraine. Something that we were seeing a lot about a year ago. We saw a lot of these, leave Galicia unoccupied kind of openings. It's interesting to see that come back. Sort of the opposite of the AT that Ed was maybe looking for.
Hey, and then your point about Wes, who's our stat man?
True.
Use the data to come up with good.
Or perhaps there is an AT, Ed. Good for you. It's just not something you'd normally see without somebody in Galicia.
Well, maybe look at the Ukraine situation now. So maybe diplomacy broke down and some tales got told. Convoy from Tyrrhenian over to Tunis, Italy. Chris Brown. So Chris Brown is a weasel. Wes is a weasel. So as Brian likes to say, weasel on weasel violence. So maybe that plays a little into it a little bit there too. So
interesting that the English Channel vacates.
I think that's a result of Italy's opening, and West didn't get to do what he wanted to do.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
bouncing Sweden.
And with the northern,
something that doesn't happen all that often in today's meta.
Yeah, Northern Russian opening. So maybe realizing there's going to be a little more pain there, these guys patched it up. So we'll see on that. So all right, so 2 for France. England only gets the 1. 2 for Turkey. Do you like Turkey's position, Ed?
I do. What's not to like? I see good things for Ben here, and he needs them to happen.
Yeah, apparently it is going to happen in this particular game. Wow. Yeah, that's with Galicia going to Silesia, perhaps understandable given the bounce in Sweden, but it essentially seeds things to the Turks.
Yeah, I mean,
and the
Moscow.
Austrians.
I haven't seen a lot of Jason and Ben play together, but I think their personalities are well suited to work together.
Agreed.
And so this is not surprising to me.
Agreed. Yep. Agreed.
And just Greece freely walking in Ionian.
Meanwhile, poor France just has to, he's got the.
I wonder if Christian was expecting this or didn't care or thought that there was going to be an AT war or something, because I know Ed's frozen in quite a good facial expression, so that's why I'm talking. But the Italians moving west, even given the AT jumping out to the way it's doing, Christian must have been mismaneuvered.
I'm going to leave for 5 minutes while I restart the router. Sorry, guys.
That's all right. We'll fill in for you here. So, or I mean, because Trieste to Tyrolia, Greece in, maybe it's AIT. Maybe
it might be. It might be. Yeah. That's my point. A Christian maybe just wasn't expecting there to be any problem, and of course, right now there's not.
Mm-mm. Yeah, it's East versus West maybe at this point, because West was disjointed after the first one. West gets his. He takes the David Hood. We'll get Iberia later. Don't have to get it all at once. But EG against him now. So with EG against him, EG against France with the East locked up and working well together, that's going to be rough.
Yeah, and it's not even just locked up. I mean, the Turks are out to the fastest Turkish jackrabbit start that we have seen in months and months and months of BDL, I think. And we've had a couple of other jackrabbit starts, but I don't think Moscow in fall of 2002.
And I know Ben is not a turkey specialist, I'll say, but he's had turkey in a lot of big critical moments. I think it was Carnage top board. It was a lot of wintertime events last year where he had some good starts. Now the question was, can he carry it forward all the way? Is he opening up play like Brandon was hoping for? So
yeah, well, at this point, the question for Turkey is, where do I go now?
Well, and he waived. So I guess, we'll see. Three builds for Germany. Picked up Paris, picked up Sweden. What else did he? Oh, and Belgium from France too. So this is going to be a rough one for West. But
that Eastern Triple, whatever it is, it's not really an Eastern Triple. It's Christian, we're going to kill you later. But it's still moving.
Yep.
Moving a little slow. They didn't even take a shot at Munich, for example.
Well, yeah, if Daniel's not on board, you needed one more, maybe. Maybe they know Kiel was moving down to Ruhr. I mean, I don't know.
I don't disagree. The fact that they're not doing anything is some kind of diplomatic thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because otherwise you would just do it to keep the German units honest, so they can't really do anything except defend.
All right. Well, here's your exact call. We'll take them later. So we got them now.
Almost had to. It's like, what else do you do at that point? If you're not ready to go after the Germans, there's not really anything left to do but take out the Italians.
Yeah. So I'll be curious to find out from Wes afterwards what the EF was like, because he could have kept out of breath, or maybe he knew it was done. Also fought the Italian again, weasel on weasel violence. So maybe there was a little more to it. He probably asked Christian, "I need to defend. Can you leave me alone? Can you go back?" And Christian says, "No, I'm gonna, keep trying to build." So,
I mean, if you're Wes in this situation, I'm not sure what you could do except just try to guess right tactically.
Yeah, yeah. But if you win that battle, if you win the diplomatic battle with Italy, there, you could focus everything north. He's down 1 here. He could have been down 0 if he keeps Brest, but he couldn't get Italy to turn around to prevent that stab. So, and look,
Italy losing the armies is fascinating.
Yeah, especially where there's only one way it's going. So Ben isn't, again, Ben +2 leaves 1 in the bank. We're good going there, and oh man, they're moving. Speaking of moving, we're gonna bring Ed Sullivan back here. So Ed, you haven't missed much other than AT working together beautifully.
As predicted.
I love it, though. I love to see this. It's so much fun to see different alliances get played.
Yeah, and they are moving here. Gascony going, well, Leon, maybe the Italian, well, I'll turn it around, but not much is going to be, and then just leaves Tunis alone.
Ben went for 3.
Oh, there's the stab. So the question of the day is answered here. How many do I need? I need 3. Well, Ben needed a big number, though. Coming in, Ben was in 8th. So Ben needed to replace Ben's lower scores were, he's got a lot of scores, so he's got a big air, but the lowest ones were 29, 40, 62, 63, 67. His best score is only 92. So this result as of now, let's go into the winter here. +5. He's up at 120 right here. This is his biggest score by far and is really going to push him forward. So
I think Jason needed to see that coming from the position.
He probably knew that it was a risk. I mean, you always know it's a risk when you're the AT. You do your best. I don't know that he had a good way to work with anybody other than Turkey. So all of that stasis around Munich when the Germans are too strong to take anything, the question for Jason should have been, so I just give up on this and move backwards. I mean, he had to know it was coming.
And he really couldn't have stopped Warsaw, couldn't have stopped Greece, could have stopped Rome. But
I'm talking about before this move. At some point, there's too much strength in Germany to get anything. What else are you going to get as the Austrians?
Yeah.
This was the point where we moved everything west. This might have been a good time to rearrange. And again, it's easy for us to say in hindsight.
All right, so we're in here. We're on to spring, and this is only 1905. So solo chance. Ed, is this a solo chance with Jason now turning around, or is it going to be a grind fest to get whatever he can get out of this, knowing the West is still a mess?
I don't think there's a solo on the board.
No, I think England and Germany would prevent that.
Get rid of France and just call it a game.
Perhaps, unless they can get the jump into the med somehow, but I don't see how that's going to happen either.
No, so they're still fighting.
Particularly given these moves.
Yeah, well, France is down to 1 at this point. Turkey still has builds in the bank, picks up Serbia, loses Galatia from a position standpoint. Germany picks up, so Germany, Tom, there you go. But Tom needs Ben's chasing Tom in this game. So we didn't put up the player list here. So we see coming in VDL, we've got 5th, 6th, and 8th. So at this point, maybe Tom says, let's get rid of France. So my score goes up, and I just have to worry about Ben trying to catch me.
Well, I think you get rid of France anyway. Again, I'm usually focused on the one game instead of the league. Even in the one game, if you don't think you're going to top the board, you actually want to kill these people off, don't you? Even in open tribute. So, but anyway, it's obviously the question is there anything that's going to happen in this game other than Ben topping it?
Oops, I think I broke it. Well, let's see. Oh, I got to hit reveal. That's why. Nope, nothing's going to happen. I couldn't get the end of the game to show up. So
that is a quick finish, but understandable, honestly.
Does Ben get any more from here if he grinds it out? Budapest, maybe. It's not worth playing another year.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's such a devastating
too much risk.
Score. Yeah, it's not.
Take your 120.
Just take your 120. So nice, and it's always set up by the fact that Daniel didn't defend. Daniel didn't defend because Tom bounced him in Sweden. So it all started with the bounce in Sweden.
All right, so let's see if Brandon's tools. He's off screen. Probably going to laugh at me if I goof this up, but this moves up here. So look at these new tools we have. We have live standings. We'll get. We got 2 Ed Sullivans now.
I'm going to leave the studio on the one and be on my phone. Should work.
All right, there we go.
So I guess earlier when we were looking at the numbers, they actually already included this game, right? That the numbers we saw to the side. because Ben had started not in fifth, and now he was in fifth.
Correct. Yep, that's what we wanted to bring up, the before and after, which is great. So with Brandon's new tools, shows him moving up 3 already. Tom moves down 1, but stays ahead of Wes, who moves down 1 because of Ben doing the jumping. So maybe there's a little season league strategy going on with that game. So I like it. Nice tools, Brandon.
The game before, there were lots and lots of different things going on with people doing different things. In the game we just saw, it was one thing. The Germans bounced the Russians. The Russians got no builds. They got mad. They left Russia to the Turks. The Turks were so big, there wasn't anything else to do except give them the board top.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's move on to the next one. I think both of our – oh, there's Brandon. Brandon, are you back? So here we were supposed to give David a break. If you don't mind hanging in for maybe a minute while Ed gets booted back up, we'll start the next one. Brandon, you're on the lead on this one. Who on this board do you want to see move up and move down?
Well, that's a really personal question. I will say this though, that Christopher Wardy is a player who's been really a good participant, has played in a lot of games, has been slowly improving as he's gone along. But I'm kind of rooting for Wardy to get a good result. So I'd like to see him. But otherwise, this board is stacked. You've got Karthik and Saren, who are two players with a very strong pedigree coming into the game, and are both fighting up there in the top. Karthik's a little bit further down, but like we said, he's got a 0 for a third score. And Wes is a strong player as well. He's was playing on a second board. Usually when you play 2 boards at once, you end up prioritizing one game over the other. Given his performance in the other game, let's hope that he was prioritizing this one. Stephen Hogue is a player who showed some potential last year, hasn't played a whole lot this year. So lots of possibility on this board.
All right, well, let's get to it.
All right. So first of all, I see from Christopher Ward a set of moves that I personally like, which is to go to Burgundy from Marseille, pull Paris back to Gascony. He combines this with an aggressive move to the Channel, though. So he's got a lot of option on Belgium and Munich if he wants it. Otherwise, we get this bounce in Armenia again. However, this time Wes Ketchum goes to black, does not take the opportunity to move the fleet out. So probably not an RT. We also have Italy taking Trieste, but also moving to Apulia, usually a sign of an AI.
So This one we call the Matt Sundstrom opening?
Yeah, we do. After local Chicago legend, Matt Sundstrom.
All right. Into the fall. What do we think?
All right. Well, here we have Wes moving the fleet down. Probably got a whiff of the strong AI, which is demonstrated by the move from Ionian to the Aegean. So Saren, who has a reputation as a very strong alliance player, whether that is deserved or not remains to be seen, but definitely demonstrates here doing the fast AI option. And the move from Smyrna to Syria is to say there is no Lepanto on my watch. And Russia, you've got nothing to worry about from me.
David, what do you think about the hold in Warsaw here, letting Austria out? Is that retribution for being in the Black Sea?
There could be lots of things. I think it's mostly just a mistake that the Baron has made here, in my own opinion. I think in this situation, you go ahead and go to Galicia and apologize later. Yeah. If there's an issue. I don't think you let this happen.
I think we just need to mark the moment when David Hood showed that he did not know the word forgiveness. It's a foreign concept. Yeah.
And I've gone to Holland to bounce out Germany a couple of my games. Don't you usually do that with E and F working together, not just on your own?
Well, don't you think the London thing is ranged? No, it's not.
Kevin, you bring up a good point here. There's so Robert assumed that he was facing a sea lion, and when faced with a sea lion, England has a number of different options, but one of them is screw Germany, and that is the option that Robert took here.
And maybe
if you think you're going to get bounced out of North Sea, you might as well do something with it and then retreat it somewhere interesting.
Yeah.
By bounced, I mean dislodged. Out of the North Sea.
Yep. Yeah, clearly EF not working together with and a fleet. Yeah, fleet, and well, I guess he's locked in, so he had to build. Oh, he doesn't have to build a fleet with only getting one. So,
given the bounce in Holland, I think he had to.
Yeah, interesting. All right, on to O2. What do we see?
Russia and Austria moving to the stalemate line against Germany right here. Prussia and Silesia suggests that Karthik may be headed towards his third 0 out of 5 games of the season at this early stage. That is, you just don't want to see that as Germany. And elsewhere in the East, we've got what looks like an AIR now, which is bad news for Wes. It's expensive to upcon for the retreat and also get a fleet out, but with Sev going to black here, it's not looking good for West Ketchum.
It is not.
All right, so Saren picks up Tunis this turn to get the 5. Stays in Trieste. No bringing it back, but Austria's kind of the odd player out in this case.
Yeah, that's the big news on this turn is Italy and Austria now initiating wintergreen sequence very early. Often that's done after one of Austria or Italy are eliminated or at least mortally wounded. Neither of those things is true here, although this will probably mortally wound Austria, who has no position and is not going to. I think we'll be able to rebuild one. I think I'm sorry, they have the unit up in Silesia. So yeah, Austria's. Thanks for playing, Stephen. I have to point out Robert Schupa, who I think for the third turn in a row has managed to thwart France's attempts to get positional supremacy over him. So really good guessing here. Wales has been open, and Robert has managed to keep any French unit from getting on the island.
So Germany picking up 1, France picking up 1, and they're gonna figure out a way to work at it, but with the pressure coming, do they have a chance?
But
does FG have a chance to withstand? I don't know what you want to call it at this point. IT? Not really. If Austria is dead, Russia, but Russia IR.
IR it's sort of IR versus FG right now. They're not fighting each other, but they are sort of fighting for tempo. And right now IR is winning. But France, this is a position where you see France. This is one of the ways in which France's a sort of tactical advantages come into play. It's just a game where France can go slow, get position, and then pounce and dominate the board at the end.
I wonder what the Germans are now going to do now that the pressure is a little bit off on Berlin. I mean, I see Tyrolia, but what are the Germans going to do now with 3 armies and 2 fleets?
Like, where are they going to grow? What's the?
Yes. Yeah. What is their strategic choice here? I mean, yes, take North Sea. There's nothing wrong with that. But at some point, you got 2 fleets, 3 armies. Where are you going to grow?
Yeah, and France is in position to get the long-term benefit from England falling. So I'd be a little worried if I were Germany about continuing to fight England. Now that's just based on board position, right? It may be that Karthik and Robert just can't get on the same page, and that's going to be doomed no matter what.
So here, Brandon, I got an idea. We'll let Ed light up his cigar. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll drive the show from here as I drink my beer in the background. We'll let you guys provide the commentary on it.
All right, carry on. So we're getting, I can smell that cigar from here.
If this internet doesn't work now, I'm out for the night, fellas. I don't know what happened, but blame Elon Musk.
We will indeed. So look, Russia is up by 2 here, 8-6 over the others. David, do you like Russia's position here, or is there any concern about being a little bit too spread out?
Russia's concern is always about being spread out because they have to be spread out to be successful. We always think that a big Russia is really scary. Actually, a big Russia is the least big country to be scared of because it's almost always true that you got 2 or 3 different fronts. You don't have enough units to deal with them. So I think any Russian position, strong or not, you're always concerned about being too strung out. That's why diplomatics diplomatic relationships are so critical to Russia in a way that they're not as critical to a Turkey or an England or somebody like that later in the game.
Yeah.
I mean.
And my eyes on Saren to see how Saren's able to translate the sort of peaceful coexistence into something into growth. All right, so here we go. We've got Baron von Kirkholm in Russia taking Norway, so piling on against England to try to make something happen up there. We'll see if that turns into fisticuffs with Germany later on, but they do have a supported bounce in Silesia.
Fisticuffs now, I would argue. I mean,
indeed. It's at least, they at least neither got purchase on each other, but you could imagine that being arranged.
Denmark hit Sweden. Look.
Yeah, but it doesn't stop Baron from getting in.
No.
Let's see. Elsewhere, Saren gets into the Eastern Med. So, with only 2 fleets against 2 fleets on the Austria-Turkey sort of nubs, alliance nub left over. We'll see if there's any advantage gained there. Meanwhile, Chris Ward tries to get an army into Wales now and still can't do it, but pulls units away from Picardy and Belgium, curiously. So perhaps
I don't think he was really. Yeah, I mean, that to me smelled like he was going to be okay if there was a bounce.
Got it. And
Makes
so now
sense.
now we've got the French units moving. First of all, advancing into North and English Channel. North gets there with the support of what? What is supporting North?
Sweden.
English to North.
Sweden.
No, what's supporting?
I'm sorry, North Sea to Denmark. It supports North Sea to Denmark.
Yeah, but what's supporting English Channel into North?
It doesn't need support. Who went to North?
Okay,
it's vacated.
Oh, Norway is. Thank you. Norway is supporting it. All right. So France has worked something out with Russia, which is very clever, actually. It takes the opportunity to get units, armies onto the German border. So that's bad news for Carthage. Saren gets a dot out of it, gets another dot off of Russia in the south. So Saren has now made a big move here and is going to make a play for the board top. Meanwhile, Austria loses the... Oh, I'm sorry. That was not a stab on Russia. That was surely arranged, given the support from Budapest.
Yes.
So it's part of a bid to finally eliminate Austria. And good tactics for doing so.
Mm-hmm. Has anyone mentioned Baron's age?
No.
Baron, I believe, is 13.
13 years old.
And he has a tremendous tactical feel of the game. I've loved playing with the guy. Is the spirit of a person you always want to play with. And I'm willing to bet found a good friend there in Saren. Okay. I don't know how long it'll last him, but this does not shock me, this wintergreen.
Saren, it's worth pointing out, is only 19 or 20, I think. Saren's very young as well, precocious, but young. Yeah, and they're clearly working together really well here. You've got their units working in tandem around Munich, around Greece. Saren has this slow, deliberate growth here, and losing the fleet in Romania is actually pretty good for Saren ultimately, I think, as well. Curious that Sevastopol doesn't support Romania here. It certainly could have.
I think that's just a flub. It happens. It happens.
I agree.
Fair enough. All right, and then in the west, in the north, we already not getting Holland. And gets the army piffed for that. Also loses north, but has a happy retreat into London, which may or may not have been agreed upon. But time will tell.
Brandon, I believe you said at the beginning of the broadcast that Carthage needed, a good score given the games played. A good score would have helped him more, but this is not going to help him.
This is a rough for Carthage for a number of reasons. But poor Wardy, man. That's tough. We go back to fall of 1904 or 5 here. That's just rough. You lose Marseille. You've got Saren coming off from the south. You do keep London, but you lose Belgium. That's rough. And then Baron von Kirkholm now has 3 fleets to the west of Scandinavia, although Denmark's still technically part of it. That's an awfully nice position, which would be better if Budapest were staying purple. But I guess that ends up being an exchange between Budapest and Greece, while Baron picks up Munich. So Baron actually is going to go up one here. I believe they're going to end up tied, or he'll take the lead again. Yep, there you go. And so we get 3 builds from Saren, who is definitely staking a claim to positional superiority in this game. Only question remaining now is, do Saren and Baron fight? You guys want to make a prediction on that?
I don't think they're
They
going to
fight.
have to. I think that eventually Saren is going to do this by not attacking him, and I think she's going to end up on top of this board, but we'll see.
All right, we have further advancement from in the east. This is going to be a slow and painful destruction of West. May not even be that slow. In the center of the board, we have the Russian units advancing, you have to say, really nicely now. We've got a fleet in Belgium, a fleet now in North. So all 3 of those fleets are forward. Did Baron build an army in St. Petersburg? I think Baron did. Yeah. So that must be destined for Clyde, I would think. Or York, something like that as well.
Yeah.
And good on Karthik for being the Janissary.
Yeah.
Right? He's certainly helping them.
Yeah, well, is he? Oh, so he supports north into Belgium, and then the move into Munich is surely part of some longer-term plan between the group of them.
Yep.
All right. So now, do we get any discord between England? So that does go into York. Norway goes into York. But between England and Russia, are there any signs of discord? I would say no.
You mean Germany and Russia?
No, I meant Italy and Russia.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said England. Sorry.
Oh, maybe I did, but I meant Italy and Russia.
Okay.
So that you got the bounce in Vienna, surely arranged. Italy is losing Budapest, but gaining Smyrna. Losing Belgium, which goes to Russia, but also picking up Spain. So I think Russia may actually go ahead here. Oh, plus picking up Berlin. So Russia definitely is going to go ahead. Wow. This, they have taken this alliance far enough. That there is a real solo danger that they're walking themselves into.
What do you mean by danger? You mean solo opportunities?
Yeah, indeed.
That's what you mean.
Opportunity for them. Yeah, first of all, let's just take a moment to applaud these two. It is 1906, and they have 23 centers between them, and phenomenal position. Ankara and Bulgaria are theirs whenever they want them. So are the German centers. The French centers are likely to fall. We have a Russian army on the British island now.
Well, Saren stated many times in writing and elsewhere that the wintergreen is her favorite alliance by far.
If
it's fun to see it.
Thank you. Who's got the better position here, Russia or Italy? If you were shark-minded,
I'm going to stick with Italy on this one. I really think it's a very strong position. They're both strong.
Yeah.
Would I take either one of them? Sure. As you point out, this is only 1906, so this is an amazing game to be watching in 1906.
Interesting army build, North Coast. You could have made a good argument for a fleet there from Baron. So we just see continued cooperation between within the Wintergreen. One possible interesting set of moves here are Saren moving to Vienna and Trieste. Now has 4 armies around the Balkan centers, only 1 Russian army, although there are units, wasn't a unit in Black Sea. The Italian position is more compact, and the stab opportunity is all Italian here. This really could end in an Italian solo.
Yeah, there it goes.
Now we have surely a stab. This nets Saren, Paris, Constantinople, and Budapest, and Belgium. So that is a 3-dot stab on Russia, plus gaining a dot off of France. That's just brutal. And now
I think she took probably proper advantage of Baron's trusting nature, and I've done the same. And it's a learning experience. It's how we all learn.
This is basically a guaranteed solo, I believe, if Saren wants it. So let's just push forward here and see if she does not take it.
Which is also consistent with her style, honestly.
She does not.
But let's not worry too much about that. Just a devastatingly awesome performance by our friend Sarek, who was on our broadcast last month. That's all you can say about it. It was just devastating.
Yeah.
Devastatingly good.
Wow.
Because you don't need the solo when you kind of lock up a spot with that one, is it?
It's okay, Brandon. Even though you're quote unquote catchable, she's still 180 points behind you.
Yeah, that would have put her, I think, just ahead of me if she'd wanted it. Interesting.
Yeah, because Saren's scores, I'm looking at them here, were 130, which is your next best, and then 90. So it wouldn't. She would still be down by 10.
Saren playing the long game here.
Her remaining, though, so let's see, her remaining scores are 77, 52, and 38. So actually the average, you'd be within points, like rounding error at this point.
Putting all the math aside for a minute, I don't think she ever cared whether she was ahead or behind Brandon. I don't think that was the issue. I think the issue was I don't need this solo to help my chances of getting on the top board, and I might need the Baron later. And I can say to you, look, that stab was just to establish that I needed to get the board top instead of you, but I never wanted to destroy your score and make it a 0.
And the best part about it, too, is look who moved up 3 spots into 7th. That solo would have given Karthik another 0, but by surviving that game, we go back to the map.
He pulled himself out of the fire. He made himself useful.
It's pitiful that game improved Karthik's position.
Yeah,
it really is. Congratulations, Karthik.
The best part about it is he was describing this in the chat about the game, and Brian, who isn't here with us tonight, Karthik said everyone was against him. So he goes, it was an EFAIR, so an E fair to remember. Didn't do it as well as Brian did it in the chat, but sorry, Karthik.
Welcome, Karthik.
Yeah. The Texan, the Longhorns doing well on the boards tonight. So
nice 4-dot survival.
Karthik, Karthik, you're not as bad as you seem to be. You're not as bad as you seem to be. I think that you've got potential.
I'll put my money on Karthik over Brandon at the final table.
Ooh, there we go.
Marker thrown down.
All right. It's a
wise decision.
So after that, all right. So this wraps up the first segment of the night with rounds 1 and 2, boards 1, 2, and 3. We just showed the standings. 2 big pushes up, Ben and Saren. Saren was already in top 7, but really locked spot at this point. It's going to put some pressure on tonight, Brandon.
What do you mean?
Put some pressure on the boards tonight. They know they got bigger scores to go chase now.
Yeah, I mean, that pressure is just building. You're just running out of games, right? This is the third to last. So you got to get your scores where you can. This should be pushing people into taking risks.
Yeah. All right, David, you earn a well-deserved break after sticking on with the 3 of us. So thank you for the first round. We'll get you back on for the Tour of Britain, which we're coming up for. All right, gents. Now, Brandon is probably going to have to help as I break the system here. We're going to, let's see, take this off the screen. Just keep our beautiful faces on.
I want Audacious Hands game. I don't even know how he did, but let's see. Hopefully I get it.
Ed, have you played VDL at all this year?
Well, Brandon, I'm what you call one of the little people you stomped on in one of your earlier games. So yes, I have played VDL. I was second to your board top in the first game you played, and I think I played another couple of games. I just haven't had in my new divorcing state. I have kids on certain weekends, and I'm not able to work it out the last 2 or 3 months.
Got it. Well, we look forward to having you back. But you're going to qualify for DBNI, right? Like you're pretty high up already.
I mean, I don't want to say yes, but I should.
No. I believe you will.
All right. We are back on. So here we are, Tour of Britain. It's probably a standings I can show, and this was as of what we've showed so far. So here is the Tour of Britain, for which I don't see too many Brits. But gentlemen, what do we think of this top 10?
So this was after 4 rounds of play, I believe, back in June.
I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, you've got big names, big familiar names on here. Morgante Pell, Katie Gray has become a big name, and then there's Michalis Amaritis, who has become he was leading VDAL for a while, is still sitting up at number 2. You've got Tom DeGraff, Saren Kwok, Ben Kellman, an American, making an appearance over there, and Evan Sweetheart is a player who's made a lot of noise, I think, in Extended Deadline, and has started coming over into the virtual face-to-face realm.
Yeah. I mean, on that list, you see a lot of people who've played together in Tour of Britain. I mean, I think Katie and Morgante played lots of times together and done well, and so have Evan and Saren, so that's not surprising.
And the nice part about coming into this one, you only see 3 people in current places. So you're getting a lot of new recruits, let's say, into Tour of Britain. We're still growing the player base.
Including, we have to point out, 2 former world champions in Andrew Goff and Chris Brand are joining this board for fun.
Will they unleash the Kraken?
Ooh, something to watch out for. So, all right,
this is a nice board, and Roni Mordanvanov is a player in Israel who's played a lot this year and is coming on strong.
All right, we're gonna go through these. Not that we want to give short change to the Tour of Britain, but we're gonna go big picture on this. So the Tour of Britain games have been very open play, as I remember this season. I know that at least the first 2 were. 3 and 4 might have been a little more contested. This is to get into position, for that final weekend. So let's see what type of play we got here. Brandon, let's have you be. Let's see if I can move you
Give
guys.
me the East.
Oh, you want to do? Yeah. Let's just do full board. Brandon, let's start us out here.
We'll try to focus on sort of strategic overview and not on the move so much. Coming out of the East, this there's very AI friendly things happening here. Chris Brand tries to get his fleet out, which suggests he wants RT, but Tom going from Sev to Black suggests that he might have other ideas. That's kind of it. Peter opening to Holland, suggests that there's some funny business going on in the West. Wants to make Tom feel nice and comfortable about Sweden. So
I would just point out that Chris Brand has done the patented Andrew Goff move to Syria. As Andrew Goff always says, no one will, Italy will not get Syria. Italy must turn around. So now that Chris Brand has done his move, What does Italy do? Because he announces it all the time.
Well, and Andrew held in Rome too. So maybe there was a look, let's not do this.
Yeah. You shall not Lepanto, and I will not Lepanto. Yep. There you go. Here we've got a lot of RT happiness. Turkey supports the army into Romania, but also goes to Armenia. So look for a convoy across the Russian fleet next season. Elsewhere, we get Italy and Germany tapping in Munich. That's fun. And then at least one support into Belgium on the English getting
Looks
in there.
Like Holland supported Ionian into Tunis. So clearly cross border support.
Yeah, but no real clear strategic trend so far. AI are at least not fighting. RT are at least not fighting. So now we should see some commitment. So we get the Fleet South Coast in St. Petersburg. Sorry, that's what my eye is drawn to right here. That is a declaration of war against Germany from the Russian, who is very ungrateful for being allowed to have Sweden. But yeah, Chris Brand drops an army here, not a fleet. So that is certainly very Kraken friendly. We'll see how that unfolds.
All right. So Ed, let's do a spring turn here for you. What's The RT is in place. What else draws your eye on the board at this point?
The bounce and roar. I mean, I assume that's a range that looks kind of Western Tripoli to me. I don't have any other explanation for this, but the kicking out of Russia out of Sweden with cooperation from Germany and with France moving to Mid-Atlantic, the Western Triple's coming. Look, we just saw Saren in the last game. Yeah, correct. Good point there. But, we just saw in the last game what Saren did, but this might be a perfect move for the, Mid-Atlantic to North Atlantic, Portugal to Mid-Atlantic, patented Russ Dennis move. Oh, she went to channel. Same concept, just a different method.
So I think Tom DeGraff is learning a lesson here, which is that Fleet South Coast build in spring and winter of 01 is generally not going to work out, and here it definitely does. It didn't have the alliance with England to back it up, whereas Germany has now just gone like full Rambo against him. Everything east. And let's see, in the south we've got Turkey taking 2 dots and giving one to Russia. That is just nice. This is a really nice RT moment here. Now, what makes this possible is Andrew Goff likely being lulled into Ionian to Greece. This is hard to imagine. This is not a double cross. And
Roney can't be too happy with Saren right now. But the army got built. So maybe I'm not reading it right. But
does Chris Brandt pass up a build here? Does he wave one?
Yeah.
Yeah, Khan is not built. Okay. Interesting.
Diplomatic.
Looks like we've got RT just moving along here. Really nice coordination. We've got Henry Trieste to Venice, which is well,
in fairness, they exchanged capitals.
Yeah. Andrew Goff is a master diplomat, but there is a puzzle here that Andrew did not solve, and that puzzle is named Henry Merrill. This is a delightful thing if you are Turkey to see. It is not if you are Italy.
EF seeming to work together, so maybe
Saren is playing a masterful diplomatic game. No one's attacking her. She is getting great position, slow and steady, just like in the game we just saw.
And she's got Tunis now, or will have it.
Yeah, this is probably. I would assume this is either with agreement or with Andrew, or will easily be agreed upon with Andrew because Turkey is coming.
So England picks up Kiel, loses Sweden, builds one from
St. Petersburg.
There you go.
But has really nice position. I mean, I like England's situation here. It has Denmark and Sweden in the bag. But the problem is there's a fleet in the English Channel.
And then my favorite is another wave.
And I don't see the reason for it, actually, especially with that French fleet coming down into the Med. You could make a real strong argument for Fleet Smyrna here. It looks like Chris and Andrew are not at direct war here.
And hopefully maybe someone in the chat can confirm, but I think these are untimed games. So maybe Chris is going to play it a little slower.
It might be that Chris wants to hold the opportunity to build a fleet and put it in black and move on those juicy looking Russian centers.
Yeah, well, he's getting started early here without the build.
Although no, this is a range. This is a way to get the that Russian fleet out.
Yeah, I saw the blue. I thought that was a support, but it's a convoy.
And now we've got so Andrew brings his fleet. It's very confusing happening. So the Austrian army in Venice is now supporting Trieste. Yeah, the East is reacting to the Leviathan. Probably that is probably what's happening here. Which I understand why Russia would want to argue for that. I'm not sure why I would take that deal if I were Turkey. unless the goal is to stab Russia here.
Well, that fleet's not going out. Honda Ank is probably the.
Yeah, I can't. Do you understand this, Ed? What Chris Brand might be thinking here?
Well, I mean, I think he's thinking, why is the fleet in Ankara?
Yeah, fair enough. Meanwhile, everything's coming up Saren again. Again. Picks up Holland and Munich with support, which is interesting because it would have, if Berlin had been covered, this would have blown up the English and English army and taken away. But look, now
back for the last 60 days. Has there ever been a player in virtual that's had such a hot streak as Saren is on since August? I mean, this is incredible.
Yeah, if you look at her stats in the DBNI qualifying this year, like over 50% top share. And that's the funny thing. Like Saren has established a reputation as an alliance player, as somebody who doesn't stab. And yet Saren is topping more than 50% of the boards. Like this is excellent.
Yeah, and top share also considered shares tops, but I think most of those are not shared. Those are solo tops. Yeah, just from the points being taken. But England builds 2 out of it. England picks up around here. So even giving away centers, Holland it's still picking up 2 and 2 armies, and the alliance work is working again. Chris finally builds everything he's got, but fleet's fearing it now. So.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Saren's position, right? Like in Tyrrhenian Sea, in Piedmont, there's no fleet presence to worry about, and has now convinced Roni to build 2 armies. So, I mean, Roni still has 4 fleets. So if Roni can deal with those Russian fleets, which I think can guarantee to blow at least one of them up here, Roni could be able to turn around, but it's not going to happen in this year.
It's all right here. Bigger picture question. Why blow up Bohemia and not Skagerrak at this point?
If you're Russia,
yeah.
Did Chris stab him last time? I don't think so, right?
I mean, they kind of. I'm pointing at the map here. You guys can't see this. Let's use my mouse.
Have we? Oh, we haven't moved on from that last turn. Sorry.
No, yeah. We're still. This is.
I would have disbanded Skagerrak.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I would have to.
All right, we'll move on as we go. Now, clearly, they seem to be working together. Although he gets to retreat into Sweden, so maybe keep
what do I know?
Yeah,
it's not. This is a tactical mistake from Roni. You should just blow up the fleet in Skagerrak. Just take the unit off the board, and then you get St. Petersburg back within a year. Otherwise, we have RT continuing to cooperate. Now, Italy and France are working together. France is now in the Ionian Sea. I think if you're Roni, you actually have to really start to worry about the French position. You really actually need to move on France sooner than later. Do you see it that way, Ed, or do you think I'm overreacting?
No, I couldn't agree with you more. But I mean, the die is sort of cast with those 2 army builds.
Yeah.
England's in France's boat now. I mean, she has position on him. It's not like he can really credibly turn around.
Yeah, and he got both armies off the island too. So,
yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, if
you could be looking at the cooperation that Goff is giving her, in the East. This is really dangerous.
Yeah, but I don't think it's over for Roni. And you could have made an argument that Saren might have maybe should have stabbed him here actually in order to build another fleet in the north. The question is when is Saren going to start getting builds? That's when that's when the trigger gets flipped.
Yeah, I mean Tunis is ready. The question is, it's got to be a stab though, right? Because there's really not much else in the south that's there yet. Rome, maybe you bring it down, but then you're leaving your backside open. Well, maybe not. There's
no. This was obviously arranged, but I think it's coming right now.
Slipping into or kicking him out of Holland here, taking Berlin.
Yeah.
So Roni has blown up the fleet, which is good. Now has supremacy in the north, but now 3 of those fleets are are in the Baltic Basin, so it'll take several turns to get them out. Yeah, I think if Saren is going to stab Roni, it probably needs to happen now.
And Andrew finally is done with Chris. Never fighting, but now maybe the fight has started. So we'll watch the world champ battle here.
Wow.
Well, no, Saren's pushing forward with units, so positionally good. Convoys over to Albania, which is cool.
It's cool, but is it good? I don't know.
I just said cool. I'll let you guys are the analysts. I'm just the host.
I think Goff here is exercising his diplomatic influence on Saren a bit.
Yeah.
I think that's what's happening.
You want my units. You don't want to take Rome. You don't get a whole lot out of it.
Right.
But she takes Rome and Naples here. I mean, the question is, what does she need Italy for any longer? But look, Roni and Saren are they're a well-oiled machine right here. They are working in concert. They have both taken the chance that the other would not leave their home center or their occupied center and their dot, I should say, and they both gotten away with it.
What I just want to say on Goff, and I know we'll go quicker, but first of all, he's really fun to play with. That's number one. And so but the number two is just like breathing, everything he says is like these pearls of diplomacy wisdom. So just keeping him around just to hear him talk is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Moot? He was on with Moot. Was it League Night? I forgot one of the times. It was just like everything that came out. It was like predicting what was going to happen. So
that was Weasel Moot.
Yeah.
Now we've got Saren moving a fleet forward into Holland. Hard to make an argument for that one if you are, for why England would want that. But they're just moving forward here. So, Roni is now up by 2 and is now establishing some pretty good position. And the opportunity to stab him may have passed. Actually,
I think it's passed.
Yeah.
Saren was already up in the top 2, if I remember correctly. So at this point, maybe it's just keep building the score. And I forgot the scoring system. So
yeah, she takes Kiel here, which is going to tie them. So maybe they're trying to arrange a shared board top here.
I think it's over.
Yep. Given the players, I'd be surprised if it doesn't end here.
Yeah, another one. Army Marseille. That's not
keeps going. All right, so maybe they want to get more. Once they've gotten into Galicia, they can get Moscow, so they go for it. Tom gets, Tom takes the chance here, and it doesn't work out. And so they're going to keep trying to move forward here. And the question is, and Goff is getting another build. And now it's his army in the Balkan region, whereas Saren's gets blown up.
Yeah.
Where am I missing the build? Where's Andrew's build?
Budapest.
Ew. Okay. Happy.
Maybe they're trying to arrange a 3-way draw with Andrew.
Self-bounce in Belgium. So clearly all is good.
And meanwhile, Henry in Austria is just sticking around in Vienna and Venice.
He's hanging on, Henry.
That's great. We'll see if they try to move him forward here or just keep going around him.
No, he keeps supporting. What's he doing? Venice supporting something to Berlin.
These are convoys. He keeps convoying.
That's since Napoleon. Have we seen the French in Vienna?
Yeah.
How'd that work out? And we've got Italy and Serbia. What's the end game here? Is it, eliminate Russia and Turkey and have 11-11-11-1? Is that what we're heading for?
I still think it's going to be a 10-10. I mean, I thought it would draw at 9-9, but I think they want to get to 10.
All right. Hey, look at this.
Chris punches back. We've got
Venice retakes Trieste.
Henry moves forward, blows up the Italian unit, which will quickly get rebuilt.
Yep. Naples moves out. They're trying to move forward. Although Turkey makes it, Chris does make it Ionian here. So,
he punches back here. But so now Saren suddenly has an opportunity if she wants it. Now was able to drop the units. You can guarantee English Channel, but doesn't do it. But we have France and Italy fighting now, which is very interesting. And with the French in Romania, we neglected that one. Anyway, let's push forward here. I don't know if there's a year limit or not. Maybe we'll find out fairly soon.
France continuing Austrian domination.
But now France is going to be up. France is up by 1. Is going to get. No, will not get. Can't get Tunis here. Okay.
This is the fall. This is the fall anyway. Loses Romania, but picks up Budapest for it. Doesn't get into Trieste.
The French orders are curious here. Could have taken Tyrrhenian Sea, but didn't. Anyway, let's keep on going.
Oh, maybe it was a misorder at that point. Yeah. Italy start. Yeah.
And Andrew's dropping here.
There
so our dreams of the 11-11-1 are going.
Yeah. Now they're telling themselves 17-17.
I don't know. But I think it looks like Roni is accepting that he's not going to get a share of the top unless he takes Kiel here as part of a trade in the fall.
Yeah, because that can't be defended anymore because Munich's gone. Yeah, there you go.
So, okay, they do agree to it. All right, so they're agreeing to a shared board top. There's no question about that. And Andrew had a shot. Now he's being cut out.
11-11. Yeah.
They weren't going to stab each other.
Yeah. Big overview. Ed, what do you think about not necessarily think about standings, but just one-off game? Missed chances for anyone, or is this Saren just saying let's have a partnership going forward?
Yeah. I mean, look, I think the thing about the game is that Andrew and Henry couldn't get it together, and Andrew and Chris, there's just too much chaos and confusion in the East. I wish I had Brandon's vocabulary, but when the West was able to coalesce so quickly, and Saren essentially had her pick of ally between England and France and went with England. It was perfect coordination against a den of thieves in the East.
Was either E or F under any threat of? So I know we talked about here's the chance.
I don't believe it. I mean, that may be in their mind, but look, these guys had a really easy, smooth game. EF never once had to have a heart beat skip.
They did a really nice job of. I don't know how they were determining what their builds would be. If they were, the evidence is that they were heavily negotiated to keep each other secure, and so they did a wonderful job of figuring out a copacetic working relationship. And I think in this scoring system, I do believe that's a pretty good score. So I don't think this scoring system penalizes shared board tops very much.
And this is the genius of Saren, because you can watch this game and see total loyalty, shared board top, and you can watch the previous game and see where she went for it, and you don't know if you're playing with her. Is she going to be my ally this time, or is she going to go for it and get me?
But she is masterful at not getting attacked. Like, the units are all going away from her, and it's lovely to watch, I have to say.
And I think she's in round 6 as well, the Sunday game of this too. So
look at this, Italy, Turkey.
We'll see some more. All right, well, Brandon, we're going to give you a rest now. Thank you for this. We'll bring David back to the program. Welcome back, David.
Glad to be here.
All right, so we're into this is board B of there. So Roni was playing 2 boards, it looks like, in this. So to have a solid alliance like that on one board and then be in Austria on another one, so that worked out pretty well for him.
2 tough boards also. Look at this board.
Yeah. So we don't know where Peter's from, but this is the American. I can't. I don't want to give it away, but maybe my next break I'll come back and we'll see it. So, four TOB players, three newbies, and 2 of the 3 newbies, Bill and Farron. Clearly not newbies to the game or to playing on the same board as each other. So this will be a good one. So
they've shown extreme cooperation and extreme stabbing.
What are you hoping for in this one?
I'm going to predict the FG. I think we're going to see quick wipeout of Peter. We may not find out his country quick enough.
All right.
And then to see the Katie Sabi relationship and what that means will be very interesting.
All right. So we'll go back. I think I liked what we did last year. We kind of did season by season. So Ed, let's start us out in the spring. Anything out of the ordinary or something you really like?
Two things. One is you don't see what David would probably tell you is the most common Turkish opening in the history of diplomacy. We don't see that as much anymore with Smyrna moving to Khan. And the second thing is the follow-up of Rome to Venice does not smack to me of AI cooperation. It might have been cooperation to let them into Trieste, but not into Venice, or not to have the follow-up.
David, is Munich to Tyrolia? Sorry, I was going to say, is Munich to Tyrolia part of some deal, or is that just one-off?
That is one-off with Sabi just trying to cause trouble in the East, and will probably succeed in causing trouble in the East. Because trouble's already there.
The theory, right? The theory is that if you're in the Central Powers, Germany can stop any nonsense, right? So that might have been a fortuitous move by Sabi.
Yeah, it all depends on whether you can afford that as Germany. You know, it's fun to be able to go intervene in the East, but can you afford that? It obviously depends on your diplomatic relationships in the West. And the fact that neither party went to the English Channel makes you wonder.
Yeah, you wonder about Burgundy. And I know Katie and Sabi have been on boards together as well. So that seems to have panned out pretty well. So convoy to Portugal. Do you like that, David?
I am not a tremendous fan of that myself, but a lot of people are. And they make arguments for it. You know, it obviously gives you options for the spring turn. Your fleet's still in the mid-Atlantic, which means it can go either direction. So people make arguments for it. It's a lot better when you can take Belgium as well without any fight from anybody. That makes it better.
I mean, Peter is either ER just did not get along or Western Triple. I mean, look, with Tyrolia moving to Trieste with like 4 supports, it looks like. I can't tell, but
this is not a Western Triple. Peter may think it's a Western Triple. It is not a Western Triple. I do see Italy supporting Bulgaria into Greece, which is obviously very strange, and Austria supporting Tyrolia to Trieste for a 3-build Germany. Usually that 3rd build is not Trieste.
Nope. And it's Italy, Bill Hackenbrack supporting Turkey, Farron Jane in. So we've got the working well together team to start. So
while Farron gets the black.
Yeah. Whew. So
well,
awesome.
That Bill, of course, Bill was going to do that considering how he opened in the north. He wanted to make sure that the Turks take Greece.
So maybe Roney went over to Sarin in that other game and said, I'm at 2 in spring 1902. Can we work together, please? North Coast for Chris Brown. Fleet London, even with everything pushing forward, Fleet London. That's
I don't like the North Coast build. I mean, I understand England's up there, but well, I guess.
Would you rather have the army? You only had 2 spots.
I didn't like the fleet. But.
Yeah.
You'd rather have the army so it can go to Finland, maybe if you want to do or something.
Yeah. Well.
This was the issue with Sabi going south into the Balkans. What are you going to do now? I mean, you've intervened, you've done something, but what you actually did in that situation was take a center from the Austrians because it forced the Italians to retreat to Budapest. So now the question becomes, what do you do?
I agree. And actually, just as a larger point, I think you ate up diplomatic capital. That army in Tyrolia could have been more valuable as a supporting unit than taking another center.
Yeah,
but it's hard to argue with 3 centers.
And the Austrian, I believe, was the one who supported Sabine. So took it from. I mean, Sabine could have supported Austria back in, but it was the other way around. So was Roney's other game influencing maybe this decision too?
I think Roney had nobody else to talk to, nobody else to work with, was just looking for some kind of friend.
I guess I was wrong about the Western Triple, fellas.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's not a traditional Western Triple in the sense that the French don't usually get Belgium in a Western Triple. So you were not wrong for guessing that it wasn't one. And maybe it wasn't one, but it sure looks like it now.
It's aggressive and it seems to be working. So it gets us to the end of the year with another Fleet Marseille.
Army Tuscany is the thing you got to jump out and say, wait a minute, what? The French are in Tuscany?
That's what, the aggression on it. Katie's really pedal to the metal, which is kind of cool. So Bill gets 2 builds. So that slows down, what's next. And Roni, thank you for playing.
It's also going to force Farron to back off of Russia.
Yeah, builds the fleet. Black's going to come out probably. Oh, well.
It's just you get rid of the useless Russian fleet, probably.
Yeah.
Correct.
I mean, there's 2 things that Turkey can do when facing a Western trouble. You can do this, which is try to work with it. You can also not care and assume that the Western triple is going to fall apart, and the pressure on your neighbors means you get big. I mean, there's 2 ways to play it.
Bill gets good positioning here. He gets into Mediterranean, moves to North Africa. Not going to be able to have a free jump into Mid-Atlantic, but he's got some play.
I find the move to North Africa interesting. I.e., I'm not sure what the thinking was.
I think it was a bounce, and Bill just outthought himself.
Yeah, he thought there was going to be a convoy to North Africa or some kind of thing like that.
Yeah. So all right, Romania does push through. Just does get rid of that, and Chris holds his own up in the north, so doesn't lose St. Pete. So that this will work out well for him.
No, only in the short term.
Well, short term. Sorry. Yeah. All right. Let me clarify. Only in the short term, it'll work out. Yeah. Picks up 2. Where did he get the other one from? Oh, lost Skagerrak. So lost Skagerrak, lost Romania. Units in Skagerrak and Romania, and gets 2 armies now. Well, is now when Farron turns on him?
But I think Farron and Katie might make a little deal here.
That's what it's looking like, isn't it?
Well, but he gets the support, or Farron gets the support from Chris into Silesia, so.
No, I don't think Farron has to go after the Russians.
Yep.
I think Farron can go after Italian centers if Farron wants to.
Yeah. Getting Tuna's back. Well,
we'll see. Maybe Farron sticks with Bill here.
Oh, all right. Now there goes Chris.
Now she goes after Russia. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and Russia, and he lost St. Pete up in the beginning too.
That had all the hallmarks of you show me yours before I show you mine. Katie showed her hers, and then she showed her mine.
Yeah. Well, see, like I said, it worked out well for Chris in the short term.
Yep.
1 turn.
Yep. And Katie's back in, or not back in, but Katie takes Venice. Let's not bury the headline there.
Ooh, no, I missed
that.
And
Liverpool, but Venice and Liverpool.
Oh, wow. So England is net. Farron picks up 3. Oof.
Do you think Turkey's out of the box in this game? What do you got?
Italy unaffected. So, all right. Well, Bill's in the channel. That's fun.
As one does when you are a 5-center Italy with a gigantic Turkey. You go to the channel.
There's a lot to cover if you're France and England now. Brest, Belgium, London.
And Farron gets support into Western Med from Turanian. Or is that the other way around, maybe? Let's see.
Well, Bill doesn't have any choice. Bill has to work with Farron and just hope for the best. He really does not have any other choices.
And then Farron says, "Thank you for Trieste."
Correct, but obviously, in my mind, that was okay with Bill.
Yes.
So Peter and Katie patched it up here because North Atlantic not going to Liverpool, or
I think so. I think they tried to patch things up, and it's interesting that Bill assumed that England was going to cover London. That's why I went to the North Sea. That was a good guess by Peter.
Both Katie and Farron are exceptionally good at walking back and overreach on a board.
We're at the midway point, let's say. Usually most games are about not 10 years in Tur Britain, if I remember correctly. Where's the growth? Who can challenge Farron at this point? Anyone? Is there an alliance that can be built to slow her down, or is this just going to be Farron's board and we're just going to get to an end number?
No, obviously Katie has a chance of challenging, I would argue. Katie's position is pretty good. You know, that English Channel Raider is significant, though.
Look, I think if you ran this scenario 5 times, Farron would end up with the board top 4 of them.
That's probably right. I was just saying the only person who has any chance of doing something other than that would be Katie. I mean, sometimes with a Raider like that Italian guy, you just let him land. And then you just follow him around with one unit.
Mm.
And you cannot let a Raider destroy your entire position. If you do, guess what? You've destroyed your entire position.
All right. Well, they got the Raider to go onto the island
where it will die, or it won't die, but it won't take anything.
Yeah. Misorder from Farron slows down a little bit. The momentum.
Cowboy.
Yep.
Yikes. Not the end of the world, though.
No,
but
not good.
And then it looks like Galatia was supporting something somewhere. Oh, no, that was Warsaw. Galatia was already... Warsaw was trying to get Romania to move north? Who knows? Well, now Germany makes an advance. There we go. So there's some... The West is fighting back.
Yes.
I don't know. This is all very interesting, right? Because, just watching this little interplay with the fleet, I mean, from the spring and the fall, and seeing what happened. But Farron could have had an interesting retreat to Mid-Atlantic if she didn't move back to Tunis. But she had to cover Tunis.
Yeah, no, she had no choice there, probably.
And Bill, of course, now is in...
Bill haven't killed that fleet.
Nah.
Well, my point is, and this might be the way to do it. I'm not saying it's not necessarily right, but sometimes it is a better choice instead of tying down 3 or 4 units to just have one unit follow the guy around.
All right. Farron picks up another one, expands the lead. Game keeps going. Budapest is ripe for the taking. Germany doesn't do a whole lot too. Although, does Germany get Venice here, it looks like?
Yeah, Germany gets into Venice with the French support.
Yep. I can't see that black arrow, but I believe you.
Yeah, everything else is red. And
they also get into Tyrrhenian Sea. I mean, this is what I was saying earlier about Katie's position. And the reason that I said that is because Katie had people that Katie was working with that could actually help her. And Farron has, a couple of Russians and falling apart Italians. Whereas Katie has English that'll help, and Katie had German armies that would help. We'll see.
Irish lives. Irish, did they just do a monster convoy?
No, I think that was just a play around type.
Oh, okay. I was like, was it usually? I guess maybe that means it was a successful convoy order that was not.
Kevin, I don't know if you know this, but fleets cannot be convoyed. Just throw that out there.
It just must be so frustrating. 4 units now to tie up Irish. 4.
I know. I'm telling you, that is often the wrong way to do this.
Oh, he offered the support of Rome to Wales. Maybe Katie said, sure, I'll do it. So it was a successful convoy order. It just, nothing went along the convoy.
Gotcha.
All right. So another year in. Okay, Germany picks up 1. Turkey loses 1. So the lead is shrinking, and Sabie in second place. Katie not moving. Where does Katie grow?
Short shrift to Sabie, right?
I was getting ready to say exactly the same thing. I've been mentioning Katie as if Katie is the thing, but it's true that Sabie's position is not really. Sabie is not in control of Sabie's own destiny here.
It's not contiguous, right?
Exactly.
It's a big problem when your lines are like this. But Sabie's managed to diplomatic relationship really well with Katie, and has been a real player in the Balkans. Well, not the Balkans, but I guess the Austrian part.
Yeah, and maybe that missed convoy was a factor for Farron, but we'll see where they go now. All right, RT still working together. Sabi's being spread out and doesn't get any supports from anyone else on this one. So fighting on your own is tough sometimes. This is the Morgante 23rd and 20th versus Brandon 1st and 5th here.
And Tunis is gone, I believe, if Katie wants it to be gone.
Yeah. Irish still being Irished. What is England doing? We haven't really talked about England. England's still at 4. What's an end game for England here?
England is this statement by Katie is direct, right? Sub and just hyper focused on Irish, not able to do anything else.
All right, there we go. I did not even see that comment in, but we were reading each other's minds there. So thank you, Katie.
She's good at that, which is why she's good at this game.
I yet to play on a board with Katie, so one day being close to the Weasels, we'll meet up one time. All right, so now we are in the fall. Farron making the move, picking up Venice with it. Looks like maybe Piedmont's support. Is that no? Supported it to hold, so there must have been.
It was
Trieste,
two supporting units,
and nothing else caught it. Rome working on blowing up.
Don't look too closely at that Tyrrhenian retreat. That's the story. 2 builds for Katie.
Oof!
Genius
into Naples. Ooh. But Bill had done the order though, so Tyrrhenian could have just walked right in.
And Katie,
Bill thought it was okay to spend the time killing the French army, which was not a bad thought.
Oh, he pulls Irish finally. All right, so Katie picks up 3 here. So this is Katie's turn to make the move to maybe catch Farron. Does Katie have to stab Sabi to get there?
I think Katie's going to go after the sub in England right now. I know that there are fleets there, but I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe
not. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, North was indefensible.
Yeah,
but North isn't an anti-English. Let's say North is a way to get Denmark.
If she was going to go after England, she wouldn't have built 2 armies.
Yeah,
true.
Farron making progress, picking up the nearly guaranteed Vienna over the long term, and then just going to set up position in the south. Well, North does go to Norway, but picking up Kiel as well.
Look at Bill staying alive, taking Naples back.
Boom. Just walking in, too.
Yep.
By the way, this is Katie's statement. Katie takes Kiel. Katie takes, into Ruhr. Katie takes Norway. I don't think Katie's worried about England or Germany right now. Maybe went to Norway with England's assent. I mean, it's hard to know.
Yeah.
But
it's also true that Tour of Britain games do have a time limit, I think.
Do they?
I can't remember if it's 1910 or if it is a timed thing, but it's sometime or it's some. I think it might be a timed thing.
Number of hours, yeah.
I think.
All right.
Maybe somebody in the chat can tell us for sure. I know there is a time limit of some kind, though.
It must have been with ascent into Norway.
Yeah, because England being in North Africa too. So another. Oh, well, that was it.
Oh,
all right.
Interesting.
Yep. 12-10, 68 point differential there. Let's see. We didn't show the standings. I don't want to keep showing the standings every single time, but this is as of now. So Saren with the great performance moves up to 4th. Katie moves up to 1st, and Farron's not on here, so maybe it was one of Farron's first. Oh, Farron it was Farron and Bill were the newbies. So Farron got a nice first result here. Let's only 198, but it's just out of the top 10. Roney with that good score earlier, and then there's Farron. Didn't have a jump because only a first game, but still all right. It's top 15. Yeah, tough to catch, Morgante with 3 boards and 3 really good scores, it looks like, but that's a good result. Overview, David, what do you think?
We had some debate about, is it just Farron or does Katie have a chance? What there's no debate about is that those 2 players controlled this game almost from the beginning. Yeah. One in the West, one in the East. I know that Sabi had some good position, made some good moves, but I'm talking about from a positional point of view, it was really just Katie and Farron for most of that game that had a true position to top the board, or a true chance to top the board based on position. And I'm also just going to say, and this just proves how old I am, we have such great female players now. It is so, it makes me so happy as somebody who was Orlando. Now, we had good female players when I started in the 80s, but not as many as we have now. It is just very heartening to me. I love it.
And they call it here because anything Farron can get, or anything Katie can get, Farron can maybe take the 2 off of Russia, who I think was a great ally and earned the survival. Well played, Chris. But they both kind of say at this point, no one's soloing. Let's just call it here because we're good.
Farron played the game. This was her first game. It makes total sense. She had a good score. She's, made top 15 with 1 game. No one was going to catch her, I don't think. So she's satisfied with the result. I really think the difference in the game was the Italian Raider. And it would have been a fun race to watch had that not occurred.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, we've got I didn't mention the game. We had York in the first one. We've got Sheffield on this one. Sheffield United being a football team. Now we're going to move to Leeds United, another Premier League team here. Ed, go get a refill on your drink. I think last time I kicked you off, I ruined your internet. So let's hope it stays good here. We'll see you on the flip side. Again, I'm good at cutting people off before I let them say goodbye. We'll bring back on Brandon here. Welcome back, Brandon.
Reporting for duty, sir.
And all right, so Bill is this is round 5, board 3 or C. Bill has 2 boards in this as well, and here's Morgante's first of the day. So, what do we think of this lineup? Five players. Bill has a result because it's based on what we've seen so far, but this was Bill's first foray coming into this weekend. And obviously we know a few of these other names, so going to be a good board.
Love the international flair here. We've got, I think, players in all of the major sections of the world that diplomacy has played: the U.S., Europe, and Oceania in Australia, and Pakistan. Yeah, I'm not sure what sphere that fits into. Probably closer to Europe than Australia, isn't it?
Yes.
Central Asia, maybe. I don't know.
Anyway, it's awesome, and it's also, Jamal not having a score doesn't mean that Jamal is not a threat in this game. As well, because we all know how good Jamal is.
Yeah, this is a stacked board, and I know Carl's had some really good results, and I think some really bad luck. He was on the 17-17 board where he fought to the end. So,
McCallis and Morgante in Austria and Italy. Thank you, diplomacy gods.
And so McCarless goes west, as one does.
Oh, God. Wow. With the opening to Tyrrhenian Sea as well.
Yeah, and so again, this is round 5. So they know there's at least 3 more boards. So this might be a let's play nicely together. We can try and kill each other in rounds going forward.
We get a bounce in the English Channel. Don't see that too often.
They must have been watching the stat. Although this was before the meta moment on stats. So maybe Bill sniffed out look, Piedmont, Burgundy, and England going all south. So this was
almost the hood hog. Almost. Just need Marseille to Burgundy.
And as it turns out, that would have been really good to do Marseille to Burgundy, maybe.
Yeah.
Or at least Paris to Burgundy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So now Marseille is there's a guess. No, there isn't a guess over Marseille if Italy is willing to support Germany in. But no, they do it the other way around and they get away with it because Picardy does not tap Burgundy. goes for Belgium instead, and we get a second bounce in the English Channel. All right. Huh. Hey, David, what do you make of Morgante supporting the army to keep the fleet in Albania?
That is not a pro McCarless move. Neither is Rome to Venice. I mean, he was worried that Morgante might actually leak into Venice. There, is what he was worried about.
Or maybe they talked about a bounce, but that fleet in Albania can now just drop right into the Adriatic Sea. Let's see if it does. Maybe with Aslan moving over and looking like an RT, it's less likely. But any fun stuff with the builds here? We have built
2 fleets from the Italians is maybe the right move, but it's interesting given the potential coming war with Austria.
Yeah, and and obviously, and Turkey putting the having the 2 fleets westerly facing as well. But I mean, let's just take a moment and reflect on Bill Hackenbracht, one of the not only best players in the world, but one of the best France players in the world as well. Not getting a build as France in 01.
He got outmaneuvered in spring 01, and all of his neighbors attacked him.
Yeah.
And it might be, we've all know how strong France has been lately, and maybe there's finally some, maybe we ought to, I don't know, maybe we should attack France instead of losing to them all the time.
Yeah. Well, being coordinated, it's tough.
So, hey, why didn't England get a build? Did they not go to Norway? What did they do? They went to Belgium instead.
Belgium.
Oh, that is rough.
Your not hatred, but your attack on France is more important.
Better to deny France than to take a center for yourself. Better to rule in where than to be a servant in where. Exactly what I mean.
David, do you think you've ever seen a game where neither England nor France got a build in 01?
I don't think so. And again, I love saying that, but you're right. I love saying this. I've been playing this game forever. I've never seen that. No, you're right. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
This is not a Leviathan. I think certainly not the way to do a Leviathan. All right.
If it is, it's a Leviathan with a very little L.
Well, so Germany looks like Germany's making the moves to try to get to 7 out of, although they're not going to be able to get Sweden, but may not be able to hold on to Belgium either. Anything? We got an AR hitting Turkey here and getting away with it. And that fleet in Albania is useful for supporting Naples to Ionian with no opposition.
England gets the channel, so Bill decides to get out while he can. Although Marseille, I wonder, switching your orders late, Germany and Italy were working well together, and now they changed, maybe a last minute.
Well,
change.
Yeah, I'm guessing that Jamal and Eskil got some bad vibes from each other because that doesn't. I wouldn't think that was arranged, and the fact that they both went there, that's a sign of not sending Valentines to each other. Yeah. And now Bill gets to stay at 3 thanks to the retreat to Portugal. Elsewhere, we have Michalis going into the Adriatic.
And Tyrolia, with the build coming. What's that build going to be?
Oh, Army Vetus.
Morgante really should have tried to do something different here, I think. That it was there. Maybe he thought he could patch things up, but having an Austrian fleet in Albania, the Italians just can't have that. They just can't have it.
Yep. And we do get that army in Venice, although Italy needs Russia to help crack Austria open. Without that, it's just going to be a stalemate here.
And AR started well together, so we'll be curious.
Yeah, but Aslan has life here, given this discord between Austria and Italy. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's take bets here. Who thinks that Bill is going to get a build at all this game?
I do. I have faith in Bill.
I think not.
Only if so unit gets popped, then he might get it.
Great. He'll be down to two dots, but he'll have 2 piffs, so one will get to read.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think he's going to get a build this time.
It doesn't seem very likely.
No. Carl moving into Sweden, who moves home via convoy.
All right, so we got some EG going here.
I mean, I think it's been EG all. I think they've been relatively friendly all along.
Yeah, but now it's actually getting somewhere.
Yeah.
All right. So the question is, who do you just take Paris here, or do you try to get England, Brest in order to keep this going?
From an EG perspective, you mean?
Yeah.
England's getting Sweden though, which is on.
Oh yeah, if England's getting Sweden, then you just take
Germany
Paris
gets Paris. Yeah. Yep. Oh, and Wales to Picardy.
Yeah, I like that. You're not going to get Brest, so play for position and get that army into play. Yeah, this is nice EG. And by fall of 2003, obviously it helped to have Italy participate in this, but France's don't usually fall this quickly.
Well, so did you say get a build? Because he goes down to 2 here, maybe.
Oh, Tunis. What?
Tunis. Maybe. Or he goes to Tyranian and screws around. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't think he will be.
He was the pirate last game, so maybe there's a chance to do it again. So
Bill Hackenbrack was better when he lived in God's country, North Carolina, instead of when he moved to Oregon. Yep. He has sucked ever since he moved to Oregon.
He's taking tips from Doug Moore.
Maybe it's the humidity.
Yeah. All right. Morgante builds one from the PIF of Albania.
And so what we so Greece was taken here with support from Italy. So a little Italy Turkey here. So Michalis knew he needed somebody to help him against Austria and found a partner in Turkey. And then Jamal.
He lets the fleets out. Michalis is okay with getting the fleets out to do it too. So
yeah, there is bad air clearly between Michalis and Morgante here. And Jamal shifting his units down. That looks like he may be saying, "All right, let's get some dots and move on."
And Morgante is, leading coming into this weekend as we see it. So target the leader, maybe not.
It's always painful to lose that Russian Northern Fleet, which they just lost, but I don't think there was any way around it.
And so now we really do have the Kraken coming out here. Aslan has now turned against Russia. Clearly, the AR is trying to hold. Aslan really could come back in this game. We'll have to try to keep that Black Sea fleet from taking Ankara or Constantinople here, but
should be able to though.
Well, I think there's going to be a guess here between Sevastopol, Khan, and Ankh. My guess is he'll get away with it.
Yeah. Bill, I don't think he's going to get a build.
No, he was outgassed on the
he doesn't.
How can he get a build when he has no home center?
Bill does not make it to 1905. That could have been the other.
Yeah. Hey, there's Marseille is still a chance. You never know. All right.
But here we go. So, no, Bill's out of dots, right? Yeah. He gets into
Spain and Portugal. Yeah, Spain and Portugal. That's what I'm saying. There's a chance. That's what I thought.
Sorry. I assumed that Mid-Atlantic had gone to Portugal here, but
no, it looks he supported it into Mid-Atlantic supported it into Spain. It looks like.
So he'll be at 2. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Still at 2.
Okay, but look, the big news here is the strategic realignment in the south. Jamal has turned on Austria, and he and Aslan seem to have worked something out here. So look for RT going forward. Although it's really just T because Eskil in Germany is taking advantage of the situation. So,
the real story here is EG, and then EG, and then the story is EG.
So
and Germany has taken Sweden here, yeah.
Yeah, then my guess is that was agreed upon for England getting St. Pete. But if that's the case, why Sweden to Norway?
Yeah,
like that doesn't.
All right,
maybe that's a rearrangement of some kind.
Yeah,
but we don't see a fleet.
That's got to be. Yeah.
It's got to be a fleet if he's going to attack England here.
That's true.
All right, so Bill stays even. See, we're still a chance. Michalis goes down 1 from losing Spain and Russia. Yeah, so it's not RT; it's more small R, big T.
Bill could survive this game though. That's kind of the that's the news flash out of EG fighting. Although if they work it out, then that changes. But
I just don't see a fight here, and that's it's not going to be a fight. You don't build Berlin and Munich if you're fighting. It's just
yeah.
This will be a cleanup.
Maybe Austria, Bill survives. Maybe Bill survives, but it doesn't look great.
Yeah,
AT. Look at that AT. Maybe so. The rest of the board now sees EG is legit.
Well, I mean, Austria and Turkey have now just decided to cut Russia out.
Yeah.
So well done, Morgante, man. This is a tap dance special. Morgante staying alive here.
And Italy is going to be cut out as well at some point. You want Italy's fleets on the front line, but Aslan just says, nah. No.
Well, really, the only question here, I think, is whether England is going to stab Germany. Germany's now getting so far out of position that they're susceptible to a big stab. And I don't see it. I mean, maybe Aslan can get big enough to challenge Germany for the board top here, but I'm not so sure about that.
And Eskel's so far ahead, so it's hard to keep saying to England, well, we got to make sure. So
I don't know if they're ahead now. I mean, England's taking Portugal and Spain.
Yeah, well, they're sure at that turn, but now it's more competitive. Well, is this the turn to do it if you're England? We're talking about stabs. What kind of stab do you need? How does Carl effectively do it if you're going to do it this turn? England, let's go to the soloist in England to answer first, please.
All right, looking at the situation here. If you want to guarantee the dots, you go. This is one problem though is that you need to deal with France. So if France is still willing to janissary for you or to be with you, then you don't need to take their dots now. And in that case, you can devote a unit like Mid-Atlantic to fighting Germany. Mm-hmm. You have to fight Germany here. You have to guarantee North, which is going to require 3 units, the three fleets, and then go Mid-Atlantic to English Channel. It's a play not for a huge result, but it's a play for the board top. If you want the huge result, you keep things going for another year. You advance your units. You take one of the French dots, and then you stab.
Yeah, the question always is, if I stab, does that mean someone else benefits more than I do? In this case, Turkey. Do they benefit more than I do? I'm not sure that that's true. I think maybe the stab is the right answer here.
You stole my question there. Is that
Turkey is not in bad position though?
Yeah, they're not. But I don't think that England stabbing Germany would have helped the Turkish position really that much. It just would have helped the English position.
Yeah. Oh man. Will Gascony pull through to Piedmont so that Bill gets to rebuild? So David's writing at me.
You know, Kevin, this game is not actually about whether Hackenbrecht stays alive.
That's why I'm tuning in at this point. So all right.
Yeah, I like the decision not to stab Germany here. I think England gains a lot by keeping this going for at least another year, maybe another one after this.
Yeah. Russia's dead, or is there a way that there's enough confusion where Jamal sticks around one more?
There's frankly no telling.
Yeah.
It's just strictly a diplomatic question.
Yeah. Lots of movement down there. He's out of it.
But, no.
Yeah.
and Bill's out now too. Man.
Yeah. And now
Carl, he goes to the North Sea with support.
Yeah. So now you just start counting dots. You're going to lose Moscow, and you might actually lose St. Petersburg after that. So the question is, can you get enough units into position to make good on this? I'm not so sure. I actually kind of just without doing too deep an analysis, I kind of like Turkey's position better here.
I think that's right.
Turkey builds another army, very strong. Maybe get those Austrian centers. Germany being under attack, everything's going to pull back. So Aslan has a lot of room.
Well, although on the other hand, what does McCarless do now, really? I mean, I think he's sort of been working with the Turks a little bit, but is he going to keep? I mean, there's not any reason for that to keep going, is there?
Other than that, what's the benefit of not? He can't really consolidate a position here.
What can the Italians do for the Turks and vice versa, other than fight at this point?
Well, EG broke up though because Germany is on England, and England has no reason not to fight back. So, well, Italy goes for Naples. Works with Morgante now to kind of keep them both alive.
Well, Aslan is clearly fighting. So I think Aslan's main problem now is that he's just going against someone who is very tactically astute and has to win that battle.
Yeah.
So Black Sea should be tapping Romania here, and instead it supports it. That is an error.
Yep.
It's a strategic error. It's not a tactical error. So Aslan is thinking that Morgante is going to work with him now when there's really no reason for Morgante.
No reason for that to happen. Yeah. He should have just taken Romania and so forth. Yeah.
Yeah. So the attack is onto Trieste here, but then a support here. Does that mean he thought those were going to move forward? Maybe.
I think he thought that Trieste was going to Vienna or some kind of thing like that.
Yeah. Oh, good point. Yeah.
So this is where you need to read the player, the situation, and your diplomatic antennae need to be out, and you need to be like really taking measure of Morgante here. Is Morgante going to fight me? Does he have good reason to? That's about board reading. And yeah, in this case, Aslan didn't make the right call.
Yeah. Morgante says to Aslan, look, Germany's growing. He tried to attack England last time. He's going to try and hit me in Romania. You got to support me here. So he got 2 supports, actually. He didn't need 2 supports.
Let's focus on the EG war for a minute. Who made any benefit in the EG war? There is a convoy to Picardy, which means Paris is now gone.
Yep. But St. Petersburg and Moscow are going to be gone here. And Sweden may or may not be.
No, it's probably going to be okay, right?
Yeah, for this, but he has to choose between keeping Sweden and letting another fleet into. So Karl may get pushed back a dot here, but will gain position and should ultimately do better in the long run, I think.
Yeah, those German armies in Russia don't do the Germans a lot of good positionally against the English when you think about it.
Yeah.
Oof. Well, he gave up north, but gave up the attack to make sure that Burgundy stays empty.
Yeah, I have to say when I saw that fleet or the army build in London, I thought that was a mistake. I thought he needed another fleet.
Agreed.
This is something that England's do. I think there's a bit of a fetish for England's building armies because they think, to solo, you need to be able to get armies into the center of the board. And England's a naval power. Like,
I could not agree more, Brandon. I have always said, would you stop it with these building armies in 1903? I mean, sometimes it's the right answer. Yeah. It's usually not the right answer.
Yeah. You need,
so many places you can get to with a fleet.
Yeah. And you just, he could have guaranteed north in the spring with that extra fleet. And then he's staying even here and getting position. Now he's still not in north, right?
I mean, you can argue for armies when you already have your convoy routes established and you can immediately convoy them onto that's okay.
Yep.
But to build it in this situation when you don't even have the North Sea.
Yeah, now you got to talk about Eskil, actually. Does Eskil get the upper hand? Because Karl has fallen behind and hasn't gained position out of it. Could be.
I still don't really like, from a positional point of view, if you're going to fight England, that's 4 armies in Russia. So you're still England. You're still behind the Germans in a sense.
Yeah.
With a big Turk on the other side of the Germans. I don't know. I think my money's still on Karl winning that battle. But the question is, does Aslan win the war?
But Aslan got pushed back despite having, I think, positional advantage. Lost a center to Mikarlis, who now has built one, and I think now Mikarlis is in a solid position for surviving the game.
Yeah, I think that's true.
I want to say that Eskil is gaining and this is a lovely set of tactics by Eskil. Now that I look at it, blows up the fleet in Skagerrak, gets another army into play in the north. Oh, this is delightful tactics. Well done, Eskil. And is helping against Turkey to keep a stalemate among the 3. In fact, more than a stalemate, Austria is getting a build here. Maybe he doesn't quite want that, but at least keeping Turkey out of his hair.
Better than taking Vienna. Vienna could have been walked in. So
So so Eskil now has taken Norway, kept Sweden, now has 4 fleets pointed on the North Sea, loses Belgium, but gets Burgundy out of it just fine.
And Carl has pressure now, even down here, which isn't much, but more units have to be devoted.
Wow, that's amazing. I have to say the head of the needle on which the balance between England and Germany stood, and Germany was able to push it his way with some tactical advantages.
Probably started with that army build that he shouldn't have done.
Yeah, here's another army build.
Yeah, I don't get that.
I don't at this point, unless you're thinking you're already on defense, which means you've already lost. I don't think you need an army there.
Yeah, you just need to keep him out of the North Sea.
I mean, guess what? Another fleet would have put, in
the North Sea.
Would have given you some options. Yeah. Would have given you more options.
But now does this game go anywhere from here? So now we have Eskil getting potentially one of the Turkish dots with Austria's help. So it's still all right. So it should be a standstill now, although Burgundy retreats to Marseille. Well done. Yeah, this is Eskil's to lose. And it looks like Austria is happy to help him stay.
Well, maybe, and Sev is a trade for Vienna, right? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I really think going back several game years when I thought that England had the advantage, I still think England probably did have the advantage. I think Eskil just outplayed him. Eskil outplayed him.
Yep.
So way to go, Eskil.
I think that's right. And so here we have, by the way, England loses north to Germany. England retreats to Helgoland, which is fine. But again, this is where having an army or fleet in London would have been useful. But Eskil in Germany supports Turkey back into Romania, which is interesting. A little curious, maybe. Maybe there was some diplomacy between Eskil and Morgante that led him to think he needed to switch sides here.
Yep.
Well, you keep if Morgante is down, you don't want to let him get the build here with the place to actually build. So,
yeah, but it means now you're fighting someone with armies, very close to your centers.
And maybe he already was, as you point out, Brandon. Maybe he already was. He knew diplomatically he already was fighting Morgante.
Yeah, and we don't know. Did anyone answer the time limit or? 1912.
I think earlier that it was 1912.
Yeah, I see that. So maybe, all right, if you can hold on, Morgante's maybe going to fight you, but you only have to fight for 2 or 3 years. Maybe you can hold out, get the dot while you can.
Yeah, so that's it.
Get the dot while you can. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's such a well played game by Eskil Sandblom.
Yep. And a high degree of difficulty game, I think.
Yep. Big picture, Eskil won it for sure. Did
Heckenbrack lost?
Yeah. All right, we'll leave it at that. Good game, well played along the whole board.
Eskil should be really proud of this game. This is
excellent.
High quality play here.
All right, so this is the end of Saturday's round. Again, I don't want to show the standings after each one, but Eskil, moves up second place right here. Maybe that had something to do with points too. Keep Morgante's score lower. Who knows? So
Eskil is a player that I don't think we've seen a whole lot. I've seen the name before, but I don't know that
we interviewed him one night on league night.
Did we? Okay.
Yeah, a couple months ago, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, he's impressive.
All right. Well, good. So that ends Saturday. We're on to Sunday here. I wrote down names for who's going to be on this. Who's been on for 2 in a row now?
I think I have. Or
all right.
Dave, oh God, I don't even know.
Yeah.
I think maybe I have, but
I think
whatever.
I think
just tell me what to do. Like,
all right, David, go get a break. I want to get Ed on screen here as he's opening his wine bottle here. So,
okay.
Bottle of port.
Oh, there you go.
Sullivan's always got a lot going on. I don't have a lot going on. I'm just sitting here looking at games. Sullivan's got like 15 things he's doing at the same time.
Yeah.
Look at this. I got, ashtrays. What am I going to do?
I'm sorry. Can we
Frankly,
blow
I
that
don't
up?
know.
No. We'll take them off the screen. You got to keep this PG-13 here. So
Why?
why? That's true. We're on the interwebs. So all right. Let's go to.
It's for Baron von Korkom. It was our.
Oh, that's right. 13. Yeah, see, PG-13. We got it. All right. So now we're getting into the upper echelon of Premier League teams here with Liverpool.
Leicester.
Yep. We like Leicester. Leicester will be on the final round. So here's another board of players all over the world, and man, look at this list.
All right, well, I just want to give a quick shout out to Leicester for a 4-2 victory over Man United today. Well done, Leicester. Yes. On this board, we got lots of names sticking out. We got Morgante again, Andrew Goff, Tom DeGraff, Ben Kelman, who we've seen play, have good results earlier. Natty Schaefer, these are all familiar names. Ronnie Mordvanov and Evan Sweetheart, all very good players. This is a blood-filled shark tank of a board.
Yeah, and we've got all 7 of them currently ranked. So again, as the cumulative scores, I don't think there's any drops in this. I don't think it's like average of. I think it's get as many points as you can. So hopefully some open play going into it.
I predict Ben and Andrew will get along swimmingly.
And where are they? E and F. All right. Well, let's see how it starts out.
I think I coded top 4 scores. Are you sure that they all count?
No, maybe. I don't know. Again, this is my first time with the.
Okay. Yeah. I think it's top 4 scores. And Brian said he checked the standings, so that's right.
Okay. I have that open. Maybe I'll play around as you
anyway,
guys.
Anyway, that is there's only 8 games total that a player can play. Although I don't know how the doubling up if a player plays 2 at once. How that's scored.
All right. Into the spring. All right, Brandon, let Ed finish his bottle opening here, although I think he's frozen again. No,
I'm not.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
I can do 2
we
things.
need to get Ed to do the work before too much port goes down his gullet.
I'm gonna drink a lot right now, fellas.
All right, there we go. I got to get more beer for my costume. So I'll let maybe you 3 all come together on the last game. So let's get this one here, Brandon. What do you see? Anything crazy?
We get Burgundy, Munich slipping into Burgundy. That is fun. Everything else is relatively straightforward.
Italy.
Italy bouncing, and sorry, go.
There's something going on.
So maybe Ben did agree to the attack France like they got Hackenbrack in the last round, and then Ben says, I think I know better by not doing that.
It's a good strategy. You get everyone else to attack your high-powered neighbor.
Yep.
That can backfire though, because those people might not be so happy with you for that.
Yeah, and then bounce in Galatia, bounce in black, and everything else fairly straightforward into the fall. I guess with all that bouncing.
Oh, Ben.
Yep.
Or no, not Ben. Andrew.
Yeah. Doesn't cover Marseille. Supports Burgundy into Paris.
I don't understand.
We're not meant to understand. It's Andrew Goff.
I think he must have thought that he would get a build in Paris. He didn't think. I don't know. He's smarter than me, but I don't get it.
Maybe he thought that Burgundy was going to go to Gascony. Maybe that was the bet. That rather than taking a chance on Paris or Marseille, that Tom would go to Gascony and be almost sure to get in.
And then another second time I've seen it tonight, Denmark supporting Russia into Sweden. So
this might be part of the Tour of Britain's rule set.
So 2 for the Russian, 3 for the German, 2 for the Brit.
This could be a Western triple, dare I say it.
You love those. Yeah.
Marseille could be going to Piedmont here.
Nope.
It is not a Western triple. Although it's not clear exactly. It's an EF. That's what it looks like. Sweden supporting north into Skagerrak is very interesting.
With Moscow going to St. Pete.
Yeah, and Warsaw going to Silesia is delightful.
What did Tom say?
In the East, we've got an AIR, straightforward.
There's by the way, there's nothing more enjoyable in diplomacy, and you should go into virtual face-to-face if you haven't done it, just to play in a game with Ben Kelman when he starts getting frustrated.
Why?
Because he's really nice, but he's kind of like my dad, it just sort of builds and builds and builds, and he doesn't understand why everyone is doing all these things, and I think he's starting. The red is coming up.
I think he's got a friend in Andrew, who, by the way, has now gone a fleet from Portugal to Spain, North Coast, back to Portugal. I think that's just mocking us all. Roni does not help Ben take Denmark and instead takes Norway, while Ben also loses Belgium. That English army did go there to die.
Oof.
And so, I kind of wonder what Tom DeGraff is going on in this game. Clearly is not working with France, going to Picardy here, keeping that army locked over there, but attacks Germany here. Although England was attacking him as well, so that sort of makes sense. So Tom's kind of on his own right now. Maybe we'll have a friend in Roni. We'll see what kind of build happens there.
In the south, Italy's making progress a little bit. Turkey has 3 red arrows and a disbanded unit from last time, so maybe decent defense, but Evan's not gonna last long in the game.
We got Morgante building an army in Rome. What the heck is that? Who is that a message to?
Dear Natty.
Right, but why not build a fleet in Naples then, and a unit you can do something with?
No, because it's going to go to Apulia after Apulia leaves to go elsewhere. Ben gives up the army back at home, so is clearly frustrated with folks near him, and doesn't care about the island, just wants to have fleets in the sea.
And a 4-army France.
Yeah, France building an army there it wasn't needed. A fleet would have done the exact thing.
Yeah.
Ben drops into the channel. Why? I don't know.
So he could get back to north from Skagerrak.
To escape. Got it.
But Roni's got 2 fleets coming out now too. So,
and now we know where that army is going from Morgante. It's against Austria. We get a convoy into Greece, and Roni goes into black here. So we have AR versus IT going. Let's see where it goes.
Yeah, supports. I mean, at this point, if you know this is built, you gotta go for it, or do you just trust? I mean, Natty.
No, I'm sorry, it's not an AR at all. This is definitely Russia hitting Turkey here, or hitting Austria. So, we have a wintergreen happening here, which nets Morgante 2 of the Austrian builds, Austrian dots. Turkey gets into the Black Sea. This is going to be a very short-lived renaissance for them. And in the north, we've got Ben Kelman getting a build.
You got Belgium.
Nope.
This time with a fleet.
Picking up Belgium. So it's not looking good for Tom here. So Ben and Andrew have gotten position against him. And what did Roni do in the fall there?
Rearranged. Oh no, I guess nothing.
Okay. But it's still working against England, it looks like.
Yeah, GR. There's enough there to keep him in place.
Yeah.
Ooh, well.
And he gets the fleet blown up, but is going to lose Constantinople for it. And Morgante is looking better and better, I have to say, as this game goes on.
Yeah, this is great position for Italy with no threat from France, and you gotta love it.
Yeah, I have to say the West has done a really poor job. We're now in the middle of 1904. That really no one's made any progress on anyone. This is this is, I think, a failure of them to come of any of them to come to some kind of workable way forward.
And just as you say that,
yeah, then they do. Well done, finally, Tom and Ben.
Just had to motivate them.
Work together here.
Yeah.
So they each grow, and Andrew's fine hanging out in the back.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Now all they need to do is move east, and Andrew will be very happy.
Yeah. Natty is done. Evan is nearly done.
The question for me is does
Natty
Andrew?
Yeah. Natty is
fine.
done.
Do you guys think that Andrew has any real path forward here? Like, would you be like, is there any way that Andrew could try to make a play for a board top?
I think he's crippled with 4 armies. I understand why he did it, and I think that'll get him to the end, but I don't think it's going to get him to a board top.
Look at it. Sorry, Ben.
Yeah.
Love you, Ben.
Welcome, Ben.
All right. So Morgante's game to lose or run away with, what's a number he sees here? He's got a friend in Russia. Take the Turkish dots and call it a day. Because I agree with you, Andrew, and just my couple of games I've played with him or watched a few of them on here, is I think if he knows he's in a non-winning position, he's fine just playing along with the alliance, making some fun moves, punishing people who have hurt him, which is where I think the 4 armies comes in, and game be damned, I'm gonna make sure you don't want to do that going forward. So no, I don't see a path forward for him here, but maybe they grind the game to a halt shortly. I don't know. I mean, it's only 1904, but
but Morgante is such an advanced position here that they really, Ben and Tom couldn't really turn on Andrew if they wanted to.
No. I think the West, and I don't think they're happy with Tom. I think they knew they needed to weaken Roni a little bit, but they don't help Tom going forward, especially if Tom is this, I don't know, self-bouncing or.
Well, we had an EG starting to form there, so I think the risk for Andrew is that the EG would decide that they could get more by moving on him now. But clearly that's not happening. Yeah. But I think it's Morgante's game to lose.
All right, so there's the somewhat destruction of Turkey.
Turkey lives, even though Morgante took Smyrna, he lost Khan.
Yeah, but he has position, right? He's got an army in Smyrna now, and Roni's taken Sevastopol back. Yeah, it's just a matter of time. And the question is whether Morgante takes any of those Russian Balkan dots.
Yeah.
What do you think about Andrew dumping Mid-Atlantic into Portugal?
Yeah, it's.
I don't know if he's not hungry. Like if he's reached the point in his career where he just doesn't. He doesn't need to. He doesn't have anything to prove, right? Like he's not trying to win this competition. Apparently.
He's saying to Morgante, don't even think about coming west. I'll just fight you off.
No, but he's proving that he can also make John Jameson-like moves.
Well, look, because then Morgante builds another army. So, take the builds you can get, or the dots you can get.
Yeah.
And Roni's throwing up a defense up north. So.
Yeah, but Morgante is already thinking about how to take those Russian dots.
Yeah.
That if he wants a bigger board job, that's how he's going to do it.
Yeah, I'm just going to make this circle as big as possible.
Russian dots. Those are Morgante's dots.
Right.
He's just thinking about how to take his dots.
Well, Roni gets into Berlin here, so not just playing defense.
Yeah, but he's just out of position here, and
So
Morgante gets Evan to walk out, so he can finish cleaning this up, and then the game ends. All right.
Oh, that's right. This was the short one. Oh, good. Well, we got a little longer one for the last one. This is where we were supposed to make up some time. So, good. All right. Let's see. Really, Morgante played it. Was he ever under pressure? I don't remember. We were only 5 minutes ago, but
no.
Yeah.
Now, once he built that army in Rome, he was amazingly that actually was the key.
The fall of 02, winter of 02.
Yeah. it was a curious build, and it appeared to throw Natty off the scent enough, and he turned on him right away. Yeah, no, this worked out really well for Morgante. And he, Morgante has a way of running boards, and it kind of felt like he was running the East here.
Yeah. Well, this helps his score up. He's another 188 on top of what he was, so he's going to be well up there. We'll get to the standings after the last one. All right, so I am going to bring on David, and we'll let you three run this last one. Brandon, I'll push the button still, okay. But I will let you all run this one. So,
Ed, should we just let David tell us what to do?
David, isn't that what we already do?
Well, I didn't think you realized that's what you were doing all this time. I thought there was some illusion of control that you thought you had.
Well, look at this board. All right, David, I'm putting you on top. Tell us about the board.
This is a board of diplomacy players, and the fact is, all of these players are people that we have already seen in this broadcast, including Peter, who is a new player, but we've already seen him in this broadcast. As far as matchups go, to be serious, all right, fine. As far as matchups go, you've got, I would argue Saren probably doesn't mind the matchup that Saren has drawn here, just from a who's where and who's likely to play with whom in a certain way. I think Saren's probably thinking, great, I finally can have a good game. Wait, no, all of her games have been good lately.
Ed, you mentioned that Saren might be on one of the hottest streaks ever. Yes. Saren has, I just pulled up her list of games. Saren has either topped or had a share of the top in almost every of the 20 games she's played this season. There's
now England, of course, lately has had some struggles, although not necessarily tonight, but has had some struggles lately. We'll see if that matters.
If I'm not mistaken, maybe Saren and Peter already mixed it up in another game, but I don't know when one game was played relative to the other. So it'll be curious to see how that goes.
And we have successful navigation into the English Channel with the Liverpool to Wales. This is very aggressive anti-French opening. So if they were mixing it up before, then Saren has the upper hand here. Wes honors his Chicago roots and opens with Sundstrom. And anything else of note?
The Sobeys moved to the Tyrol. This is the first Tyrolean adventure opening we've seen, I think, tonight at least, where the Italians go to Tyrolia and that's it, as opposed to Tyrolia and Venice.
I think Andrew did it earlier.
Oh, okay. I may have missed that one.
Yeah, I think he held in Rome, right?
Correct.
I don't count. And Andrew Goff, I do not count. That's a totally different wavelength.
So Saren gets the army into Belgium and gets Peter to cover Brest with a fleet. That's just a very nice opening for Saren.
It's also nice. Armenia to Sevastopol.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if that could have been arranged, actually. I'm not sure why you...
with the black?
Yeah.
I don't think that was arranged. I think that Wardy was probably expecting a bounce.
But with the combined with Ukraine,
wow.
So there's a supported attack on Munich that is thwarted. So Germany will get a build, but only one.
You don't often sniff that out and thwart it. In fact, there's an argument that the better move is just to take Holland, build, and then kick the Italians out. But there's also nothing wrong with thwarting them to begin with.
Yeah, that's a situational thing. Depending if Chris Brand is in Italy, don't let him into Munich under any circumstances.
He is a fine fella.
He is.
I'd love to work with him in any situation.
Did that hurt at all? No. Okay.
Well, as we see in Texas, we're fixing to find out what's about to happen. I mean, this is.
Yeah, we say that over here too. And an army in Berlin ain't fixing to go nowhere very quickly, unless it's for God's sake.
That is a bit of a love letter to Saren in England. So Saren has no one in the north building fleets anywhere.
Finally, she gets a game with things breaking her way.
I know.
I'm really good for her. Good for her. And you go back to Wales.
By the way, Saren is the new Ed Sullivan. She's Ed Sullivan 2.0, better, leaner, meaner, smarter, doing everything right.
So Ed Sullivan would have moved English Channel to Wales in that scenario.
Well, I don't think
No.
I would have done that.
That's why this is 2.0, new and improved.
Oh.
We get the Russian fleet blown up in Romania, and we get Wes getting his units out, but at the cost of losing Bulgaria, which I assume is just going to be temporary.
Maybe that wasn't some kind of arranged thing. Who knows? Or not.
Oh, maybe the taking of Sevastopol.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like it. So.
Yeah, you would think. You would think you wouldn't give up Romania here if you were Russia. Well, so Saren in the Saren show gets a second army onto the continent in Holland, and has really no problems whatsoever.
And Sabi gets a build. Look at that. Fancy.
Yeah, what does Saren build here, though?
At some point, Saren needs to make a commitment. I'd probably Fleet Eddie. It looks like there's a good thing going with the French, and she can go Army Eddie.
Wow.
That's confidence.
We talked earlier about sometimes you build too many armies early as England. Do you know the exception to that? When everything's going your way diplomatically, you don't need another, and you can already start putting armies onto the continent. Then it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Saren, I think that's just the answer. If no one else is building fleets in the north, you don't need fleets.
I may still have built a fleet, but she has that extra fleet in London that isn't doing anything, so the army doesn't hurt either.
Yeah. But you go after Russia? Nope, you go after Germany here. That's what
look at Wardy taking on Saren by himself. He's going to take a little crack.
And probably won't get anywhere. But so Saren, Germany is clearly just being dismantled here. Love getting into Helgoland and Skagerrak if you're Saren. And
it's not that it's not just the Christians being dismantled. Christian is leaving.
Oh, it goes to Tyrolia. Very good. If you're Michaelis, do you like to see that army going to Albania?
Not your best
move
to see.
But Venice is open, right? I mean, yeah.
Well,
I don't know. He probably bounced the Germans in Venice if he went to Venice.
I guess it's better in Albania than in Tunis, but I don't think Michaelis would have wanted that.
Yeah, this isn't how you want to be set up if you are Italy. It's worth saying. There you go. Michaelis gets Venice. Oh, this is a tough moment for Subby.
Yeah, Subby's not going to be happy.
Yeah, but you know who's not unhappy? Saren Kwok picks up Kiel and Denmark. Loses.
But she lost Norway to an army. That's terrible. Wait, no, it's not.
Oh no!
Because you have a friendship with the Russians, the army doesn't bother you.
And the Russians don't actually build out of it because Christian Brown goes to Sweden.
Yeah, the Germans are running. There's no more Germany.
Now we get a fleet. All right. And yeah, so France is not building, hasn't built in a while. France is the only thing that could be a fly in Saren's ointment here.
Yeah, but what kind of? It's only a defensive fly. It's only got one fleet.
Yep. Michaelis gets a build here, and the East is still a mess though. Question: what do you do for Chris Ward here? Obviously, you try to take Sweden back, but you got to see the writing on the wall with Saren in the south.
Well, the easy thing to say here is try to make a deal with her, because I don't know what else you can do. You can't really afford to send enough units up there to defend against her. So you try to make some kind of deal.
For Norway. Sweden for Norway is about the best I think he can do.
All right, let's see how it goes.
I think the answer is you just lose to Saren is what you do.
That's right. Well, he'll get to hold on to Sweden, I think, right? Oh, no, not necessarily. She's got 3 on it.
No, this is just about as dominating a performance as we have seen, maybe Adam Morgante in the last game. It's like,
I don't know. I mean, like every time it's domination from Saren, right? It's like, is it as dominating as her last performance?
to be honest, this one really is.
Yeah,
I would argue on a different level. I mean, just everything going your way.
Yeah, she's looking at a monster board top right now, or even more if things break her way. Yeah. So okay. So here's the thing, though, right? So you've got a small F as a partner, and now F is getting a build, and so you really have to negotiate what that build is going to be. It really ought to be a fleet, and now unfortunately, Brest is the only thing open for a fleet for a build. So let's see what if Peter builds another army here, then we start, I think, rolling out the confetti.
I think we see Brest London. Oh wow!
Holy mother of
3 armies. I'll build armies. You just build an army. I'll build an army.
Wow. I mean, just wow. There's just no, you can't say anything else but wow.
It's impressive. And we'll have an army in St. Petersburg in 10 seconds.
So between England, France, and Germany, we've had exactly 1 fleet build, I think. No, 2. Okay.
The line for France works. Yeah.
Okay, so the East is finally realizing that they might have a problem. It looks like we've got AR cooperation with T as well. Italy is siding with the French for obvious reasons, and that gets Italy into the Ionian. And I believe Saren's going to pick up St. Petersburg and Sweden this time. No, just St.
Not Sweden.
That'll be saving that for dessert.
Yeah, that'll be 06.
All right, but the East is getting to the line, so unless something screwy happens, that's probably where things are going to end.
There's still plenty of time for screwiness.
There is, yes. And now we have the East getting Ionian back. That's kind of the only thing that happens here. Tuscany gets blown up, so now we have another opportunity for Peter to put down another army.
No, maybe Fleet Marseille this time now that he's opened up Marseille for a build.
You are talking crazy. Okay, there we go.
It is. It's zany.
All right, yay, we get a fleet build from France. Ooh, we get a fleet into the English Channel.
I mean, she didn't really have any choice because everything was locked up otherwise.
Yep. But
she could have taken the result, maybe, but sorry.
Yeah, and that's actually what I would have expected her to do, given how she's behaved otherwise.
I'm not 100% convinced she's going to do a 1 or 2 dot here. I mean, she might just move it on to Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, maybe that's the argument, right? That we need fleets down there.
I think that's objectively correct.
Yeah. Oh.
I think I'll take Brest.
Takes Brest, but France gets Naples, so France doesn't actually go down 1. And Ruhr supported Burgundy into Munich here. And Munich also supported by England into. So maybe they were expecting Berlin to fall here, and so Brest was negotiated. And because Saren's such a skillful negotiator, also negotiated that North following was not a big deal.
I think we'll find out in just a sec. I think we'll find out in just a sec of all that.
Yeah, this is what I do all the time is Austria when I'm down, and it never seems to work out. So we'll see how it goes.
Carlos going the other way.
Oh. Well, this is how solos happen.
Well, it's probably a little early to say that.
Fighting on the other side of the line while England is getting purchase over all of the centers.
Yeah, never mind. This is how solos happen.
And now in Warsaw.
Warsaw, Moscow, Spain, and Paris. Burgundy.
So
I think I'll be at 15.
Burgundy went to Marseille instead of Paris.
Do you think Peter is throwing? Although Berlin stays.
I actually think she just convinced him that these are the moves that he needed to make.
Berlin stays put.
Yeah, she snookered him somehow.
But if if McCarless is attacking the East, I mean that's effectively throwing a solo.
Maybe he thinks he can get back to the line quickly enough.
But he did this in the VDL Summer Classic. It's a classic Michaelis move, right? Which is he's a very smart guy. I'm not saying he's smart as Brandon, but he's pretty smart, and he likes to tell people to do it his way. And if they don't do it his way, he sort of shows them what's going to happen, and it almost becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I wonder who he was showing what though.
Well, good point.
But between him and Peter, I mean, they've effectively thrown a solo. Now it's over, I believe.
It's definitely over. There's no way to stop it.
Yeah. Well, it's done.
In fact, it's going to be like it could have been like 19 centers or something.
Yeah, so that's what she's ending up at because she's got Warsaw and Moscow. Okay, congratulations to Saren.
As with most solos, it's a diplomat. I'm sorry, Ed. Go ahead.
Is there a top table or is there just a winner of the tournament? And if so, did she win the tournament? Theoretically, I mean,
I don't think there's a top table, top board.
I think that's right.
Well, no, it definitely hasn't won the tournament yet, right? There's another 2 rounds, another match day, and coming up in November. But this certainly would put her in the catbird seat.
She was already third, if I'm not mistaken. So at a solo.
Well, before we look at the standings, though, I mean, let's go back to 1906. When is it that McCarless turns?
It was in 07, wasn't it? The beginning of 07.
It's when he moves away from the line here. So fall of 07.
Okay.
Is there any justification here for why? Obviously there could be something diplomatic, a diplomatic reason.
I think he's mad at France.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. Maybe he was throwing the game because France wasn't defending himself or something.
But he supports France into Naples here.
Yeah. It doesn't. It really. We would need McCarless to explain this one, I think.
Oh, we've got some chat here. Morgante obviously wouldn't be too happy about this one. All right. We'll leave this one to the ether. So,
no, you're still in it, Morgante. Stop your whining.
So, all right. Welcome back.
Halloween.
Kevin, we salute you.
Hey, we got. Oh yeah. Sorry, let's do this here. See if I can hear this. We got the headphones over Uncle Sam's hat here. Hey, we're just getting rid of the Tour of Britain. We're coming back home to America. I need Hulk Hogan music coming up. Well played, Saren.
We don't know the scoring system, we don't know what the other scores are, what they would replace to see who's in contention here. But we'll cover this on the next broadcast.
Yeah, we'll have it coming up. But we do have the current standings here. So if my internet starts working. Anyway, Saren has 5 scores out of 6 so far. Morgante has 5 scores out of 6. Saren's lowest is 40. Morgante's lowest is 70. So hard to replace. Morgante's got 208, 218, 174, and 188. That's hard to, if it is top 4, like you were saying, that'll be hard to replace.
The 174. No, if he gets to something in the 220s, then he would do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Morgante is the victim of his own consistent success.
All right. So now I need to close this one out. We'll say, oops.
But hey, let's congratulate Saren on a solo.
That's, oh my God,
very, very good.
Well, great.
I'm getting a little tired of it.
Almost every solo is a diplomatic victory, not necessarily a tactical one. This one was clearly a diplomatic victory.
Yeah.
And although this solo happened before Brandon's, so Brandon is still the most recent English soloist.
Right.
Yep. So
2 England solos, and very different ones too, actually. Yeah. She built a lot of armies early, which is the sort of conventional wisdom with how to get an English solo. And I don't think I think I built hardly any armies until the last couple of years. Anyway, well done, Saren. That is Saren's first solo, I believe, correct? Let me look at her list right here. Yeah, certainly the first solo this year, and I don't think she had one last year. So congratulations, Saren. And clearly, I mean, she was dominating the board from the beginning, right? Like this was going to be a big board top regardless of what Michaelis did. So converting it from a huge board top to a solo it's great. Well done.
All right, now I look like Gilligan. All right, thanks, Chris Kelly. All right, so we're on to the prime time in VDL. Here we go. Thank you. Who wants to or needs a break here as we get this one loaded?
I think it's my turn.
All right, go freshen up. You'll be on the last game. We'll see how they go. I haven't even looked at these, so we may get a better game first. We'll see how that goes. Let's see. Player list for Frights and Sprites. We are going to, sorry, I need to share this back again. Brian makes it look so easy. Window. All right, here we go. Back in, and Frights and Sprites. We've got all 7 have played. Names we've all seen before. I think this might be Liam Stokes' first game in a little bit. Karthik is back for more, trying to redeem himself from the earlier round, and everyone else is just still trying to catch up. David, what do you think of this board as we head into it?
Well, there's several matchups here I'm interested in looking for. I doubt that Cedric and Liam have played before, at least not in the virtual game. So the fact that they're Italy and Austria next to each other, I'm looking forward to seeing how that relationship goes.
Excellent. All right, Ed, let's start it off here. What do we see?
So I would just say, I know Cedric really well. He goes by the handle Audacious Hand on Nexus. He's a fellow diplomat, so we do a lot of podcasts together. He's getting his virtual sea legs. He's a longtime extended deadline player. And I've played with Liam, I don't know, 20 times.
Mm-hmm.
They are not going to get along. Like I already know. I don't know what's going to happen in this game, but I know
they're not going to get along now anyway. Look at that.
And Karthik is really going to be the decider between the two of them, but I don't know how that's going to turn out. Like this East, I just want to get the popcorn out, or more port, as we say on my porch.
This is the third time we've seen a Sunstrom opening with Karthik going to Armenia and a bounce in black, and Munich into Burgundy. I think I've seen that at least three times today, which is not something we've seen a lot of. We'll have to have stats night. Maybe the France discussion last week really did turn, David.
Well, we often see Munich to Burgundy either as a bounce or it's overruled by the French supporting themselves to Burgundy. We don't often see them get into Burgundy. I think this is 2 games tonight we've seen them get into.
No,
Burgundy.
I think it's 3. More, David. And
is it more 3?
I'm stunned by it, but I'm happy because I'm so tired of seeing Munich to Ruhr.
Munich to Ruhr is a perfectly good move. Why are you
I don't go to Burgundy myself, but I like to see something different. It's something different every game.
Do as I say, not as I do, is what you're trying to say. The English convoy to Belgium, where English armies go to do something besides die. Maybe, who knows?
Well, with the support from Burgundy, maybe not. Maybe there's hope for that English army. What else? Anything on
selfish play by Tange? Right? I mean,
not going for Paris or Marseille, and the French not guessing that correctly is interesting.
Right.
So, Ed, are you going to say that they're not going to get along? Maybe there's hope.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is a classic Audacious Hand move, right? He's not going to give you the moves that you would sort of normally see. I know he likes this move into Budapest as Italy. I'm not sure it's going to go well. I don't think Liam's going to like it.
Well, and RT seems to have gelled nicely together here. So get a build in Warsaw, get a build in Smyrna.
The problem is, and I love Liam, but like Liam loves to play diplomacy. He loves it, and so he's tempted a lot, just like really tempted. So my behind the player scene is like, if you can give Liam a creative move, and I think Karthik could probably feed Liam some not that Liam needs help on it. I don't think it's going to last long between the two of them.
1-2, 1-2. Wow.
Yeah, you can't be more EG than that.
Yeah.
Although I really don't like the keel build, honestly, but that's me.
No, Doug Moore. You always got to have that fleet, and then you get as a follow up, you get. Look at all these armies. Well, send some your ways too. Cedric gets the retreat. A bounce here. Well, so clearly not friendly. RT Sev back in. We've seen that a bunch of times. The Turk pushing out. England's moving. Straightforward. I'm not trying to shortchange this, but it's pretty straightforward at this point. Nothing moves in the West in the fall.
Sweden.
I mean, look at the move though.
This
is the Eastern Mediterranean going back to Ionian, as opposed to getting Naples into the Ionian. There's stuff going on.
Yeah, maybe they see EG and I don't know, but then he's moving Piedmont back into Venice, so he didn't want Greece slipping in if he gets retreat. Maybe he didn't want Eastern Med to retreat, to be forced to retreat to Syria or rebuild. I don't know.
The trust is already eroded, I think.
Yeah,
or close to it.
Indeed.
Munich guesses to cover Berlin and Silesia down to Bohemia. That clearly wasn't communicated. I think we saw that earlier tonight too, is trying to work on to be able to get to the Austrian centers.
This is not the start that Karthik was hoping for.
Well, with Russia going down, if you're Russia, do you really want to fight with Turkey? I mean, maybe.
No, I don't think so. I think Russia's going to do this. Yes, I think Russia's going to, because it went to Bohemia and Galicia for a reason.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think Karthik was expecting the convoy here.
We've had a big switch around in the West. Probably because Steve didn't much like that retreat to Belgium that didn't really do anything for him.
Yeah. That would be why you got Munich out of it. Well,
I love Steve Hogue, by the way. I'm glad to see him back playing diplomacy. It took a little bit of a break, but the game needs him.
Yep.
Agreed.
And Kentucky covered today, so he was a happy man. Georgia is not going to lose this year. I'll say that right now. Into the fall.
Wow. Well, the Denmark, I was not expecting that. I was expecting him to hold Denmark. Talking about the English.
I guess you need to get back to Ionian in order to take Tunis.
If you want to take it with an army, you need to have both those fleets in position.
Oy vey. Yeah, well, all right. So then he doesn't support Trieste to hold. Well, I guess there's other problems. Are there any clear alliances on this board?
The Russians and the Turks are not fighting. I just sort of smell Karthik. I mean, Karthik's in there doing his thing.
Well, not fighting. Well, I guess you got to cover for Romania. You want to. All right. Do England have PIFs? I know now I'm moving too fast.
Yes, England had the Denmark PIF.
Yeah, and then picked up Belgium. All right. So build one, rebuild one. Still anti-French though. Liverpool isn't.
Certainly looks that way. Yes.
Yeah. So now they're bouncing. Now Germany and Russia are bouncing in Sweden.
I think they've just decided to DMZ the Scandinavia and go do other things.
Well, so all right. So E and G have patched it up now.
Yeah, let's believe. What it looks like.
Yeah. It's Mid-Atlantic.
So in the East, it's not good for Liam. With Tunis getting into Albania, with Karthik getting into Bulgaria, I believe East Coast. I'm not the best at the backside arrows, but it looks like East Coast.
Yes.
So let's see, what develops there now?
That's what develops. They wanted to take Black Sea.
Although Black Sea vacated, so got Romania with a bad. Well, what is he getting?
Yeah,
Well, Russia's getting Serbia.
Game. This is not Liam's game.
No,
Not Liam's game.
No. Oof.
In fact, Liam may have sort of dropped out here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because Liam's out.
Goodbye, Liam.
Maybe there wasn't.
I knew you were doomed. You or Cedric were doomed the second you were put next to each other.
All right. So Austria's out now of the 3 remaining in the East. Who is it? I mean, Russia's getting the builds for sure, but if IT work against them, is that possible?
Well, looking at the builds, we can see that Italy at least thinks he's got a wintergreen going.
I think Italy needs. Yeah, I mean the problem. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, it's not looking good.
And then, will they ever outduel France in the West? Is EG may stay together as a good alliance, but you're not getting anywhere, and France is actually holding steady.
They won't be able to. Well, if you do that, why would you not go to Western Med in that situation? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Well, you got Picardy out of it. Maybe that's worth doing. I mean, if you can outflank and go to Western Med and then go around, then France is cooked.
Yeah. Well, Brest is surely gone now, right?
Anyway. Yeah. Maybe cooked anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess we should look at the East too. We're like, hey, there's progress in the West. Well, wintergreen, not so much if you're going to Vienna.
Maybe that might be a negotiated deal.
It might be. They were way out of balance, right? So I could see that happening.
8-6, maybe.
But if I'm Russia, I don't like that deal. You're already kind of vulnerable on 2 fronts.
Yeah.
As opposed to what? I mean, was it really worth trying to fight the Italians in this position? Probably not.
No. And now the Italians are, I assume, going to try and help the French a bit.
Yeah.
Another fleet makes sense. Another fleet, Liverpool. EGR against. Well, I don't know. I mean, but Italy's in there too. It's like everyone against France. Are they going to draw then?
They're going to kill the Turks, kill the French, and then rearrange maybe.
So the Italians are working with the Russians. The Russians are working with EG, but the Italians are working against EG in the West. Well,
that's not unheard of.
Good partnership.
Yeah. All right, kill Turkey, kill France, call the game. We think so?
Call the game. It seems a little premature to me. There's other things that can still happen here.
Well, there you go. Fleet North Coast, that changes it up. Leaves Black Sea.
What happens now is the question.
I mean, wintergreens are awesome until your enemies are dead, and then you got lots and lots of units you have to figure out how to disengage. It can be done, but it takes a lot of careful negotiation.
Yeah, but I would have liked to have seen it depends on what Moscow's going to do. I don't think Russia is going to want the wintergreen anymore.
Well, then who's his partner? Germany? Go after the English?
Yeah.
Got to have a partner.
Well, unless you're Brandon.
Agreed. There are some people like Brandon who don't care about that sort of thing. But the rest of us like to have partners in diplomacy.
Separating. Turkey dead.
He went north.
Russia but separating.
France is still, the retreat to Burgundy. Not gonna do too much.
And so I really like Cedric's position.
He's playing a great game. I really like what he's done. Taking Marseille, taking Smyrna, getting Russia to disengage.
I mean, Russia kind of has to disengage because he was either going to fight England or Germany, or in this case, perhaps both. which is just goes to show you why he couldn't afford to fight the Italians.
Well, here. So, he walks out of Marseille.
Interesting.
Keep France alive, fighting the common enemy. Moves to the line on Munich, which is nice.
This is all very smart play.
Berlin walking away from Munich. Denmark taking Sweden. Oh, maybe I'm just covering it. Maybe that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably had to cover it.
Yeah. But picks up 2, makes, well, I don't know. 10-9. 10-9.
Look at that. That is an alliance play.
Was there more
on both sides, really?
Well, we know the oh good. Oh good. Let's we've got Chris waiting in the wings for an interview. Should we bring him on to see why it ended here?
Well,
let's do it. Let me figure out how to. Brandon's pretty good. Brandon, can you DM Chris? We'll get him on board. He did. Nice. Oh, good. That's why Brandon is the star here. I mean, so if this is alliance play, why not keep going? Is there a line? Are they not going to get more?
You keep going if you think you've got either a tactical advantage or a diplomatic advantage. I don't know that anybody has a tactical advantage that's obvious.
Not necessarily solo and going on your own, but could IR keep going? Could they get more dots?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure they have a very clear tactical advantage that they have time to exploit in a time-limited game. The question I've got is, could Cedric, for example, have done something on his own that would have got him above the Russians or something like that? But I don't think you can argue with this result. It's not a bad result.
It's not a bad result. I mean, look, the question is whether or not France would have continued to work with Italy.
I think there's 4 years left, right? I mean, I think League Night or VDL, I think you could get to about 1911.
Yeah, no, there was time in the game. No question about it.
Well, let's find out. I see we got in the green room. Here we'll pull them. Although we'll pull the map off here. I think Chris is putting on some headphones. We'll let him get some mic check. Oh, Chris has got fans there too. I like this.
You got a support group.
I see this 7 people. They're only.
You're there as well.
Yeah.
You could.
Oh, Brandon's good. Brandon wasn't on the game. We'll keep Brandon out here. So, Chris, welcome to the broadcast. Can you hear us?
I think he's in Boca Raton under the umbrella.
I like it. Hey.
Let me just disconnect for a minute and come back in.
Okay, sounds good. So,
live television, folks. Live television.
I heard
To our
screaming in the
fans. This is critical. You can wait 30 more seconds.
Oh, here we go. And so we'll get the other side too. If you got a good result, I don't think I'm complaining for it. Just more of a
no, I'm complaining.
I think I said this earlier in the broadcast while we got a minute. Sometimes you can be on the outside of the game and say, well, why did that end? And the players in the game are saying, we really enjoyed ourselves. We had a great time. We ended it when we want to. Leave us alone. And there's nothing wrong with that. Guess who gets to control the end of the game? The actual players, not the commentators.
Unlike Brandon, Cedric actually got a perfect score on the SAT for verbal. He knows a lot of words. I don't know if he knows the antonym for audacious, but that should be his new handle based on what I've seen here tonight. not audacious.
Timid hand.
Timid hand.
Reticent hand. I don't know.
We'll look up the we'll look up the thesaurus when Chris gets on. You guys can ask some questions, and I'll do some.
I think Chris Brown's like on an abacus right now, trying to figure things out. I'm not sure he's going to make.
Can anybody hear?
No.
Hello.
Yes, we can. Can you hear us? Chris, can you hear us?
This is when we need that little thing on the screen. Technical difficulties. Please stand by.
But I tell you what, man, the guy's ready for TV. He's got the flat bill, the shades.
Yep.
He's
got an entourage. He's got an entourage.
An umbrella. he's ready to keep.
Yeah, there we go. Look at that.
Nice. We are ready for everything at DBN.
All right.
All right. Well, here let's do this. We'll let Chris settle out. He said he can get back in with us. We'll get this next game going, and we'll do it. So, Ed, why don't you refill your drink?
Amen.
We'll get you off. Maybe it's your bad internet that's causing him some bad vibes. So.
Blame me.
Don't talk about Sullivan like that until he's gone. Then
all right.
I've got broad shoulders. I can handle it.
All right, we'll do it one more. Zach Moore goes, funny enough, this is the only guest I've ever done a mic check with in advance. And it went perfectly. All right, we'll try it one last time. Chris, are you with us? He is on the beach. You can hear the kids.
One if by land, two if by sea. You can do it. You can do it.
Nope.
I like now this.
Oh.
This is my new moniker.
All right.
Can you
Wait.
hear us?
Chris. Chris, can you hear us? No. Oh, Chris, we'll try it again.
In fairness, it's a lot like his France game.
We'll try it. Well, Chris, we'll try. I know you can hear us, I think, in the green room. We'll try this again.
He gets one more chance, and then he's banned from DBN.
Banned from DBN forever. All right, Chris, can you hear us? Going once.
Come on.
Going twice.
Have faith.
Nope. I think we're done. All right.
No, we got the visual. And that
No,
might have been
Chris. We've got Chris.
Where is he?
Why don't you tell us how you played, Chris?
Well, what I did was be audacious. That's all.
Did you say beat audacious?
I only saw the very end of that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, on that note, Ed, I'm blaming your internet difficulty. I'm blaming Zach's mic test, and I'm blaming Brandon's excellent use of technical difficulties. So, no, I'm kidding. Not letting them respond either. All right, last one. Let's go to the player list here, guys.
If only we had a button that you could press anytime you wanted to do that to Ed Sullivan.
Thankfully, I do. All right, last one. Hey, a Peter McNamara sighting. I don't think we've seen Peter in here in VDL in a while. I didn't wasn't on top board VDL last year, right? Trying to remember.
Don't think so.
Yeah, he qualified. I know he had a good result in Moot last year to get him on the into the DBNI. So,
and he's starting at I think 7:00 local time for this game, which started at 4:00 Central.
Yeah, 7 a.m. on Sunday. So he got the Sunday round here.
7 a.m. Okay.
Yep, 7 a.m. Tom DeGraff playing in his third round of the day. He is going Ironman, so that'll be interesting to see how he goes. Ben in his second round of the day. Jason on his second. Morgante is his only appearance here, and he's trying. Morgante! Oh my goodness! 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'm doing it on the wrong mouse thing here. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Nice. Oh, this is going to be good.
And I want to apologize for the 0 people who are through in the BBN. A couple of those have popped up. There is a little insect in the code, and I haven't found it yet.
Well, that means he's better than number one. So
Mm.
I think he's better than Karthik. So
looking at this lineup, I just hope that Saren can pull out something here for her. I have always wanted the underdogs to win, and so I think I'm really hoping Saren can do something with this Turkish possession.
You know, it's good that she's in Turkey, which has a lot of defensive capabilities, so that she can take her time and, you know, feel comfortable in the game before having to make any hard decisions.
She should need to have to defend herself. I don't want to go on I don't want to be anti anyone. I'm a host. I'm supposed to be unbiased, but after this run of success, you'd think with maybe Peter McNamara next door that.
Well, look, if Saren can manage to keep everyone from attacking her, which is her superpower, if she can manage to keep everyone from attacking her as Turkey, then we can just end the game of diplomacy right now.
I got to get wait. I got to.
You know, sometimes you're not really competing with Saren anymore. You're competing with other people. Saren's position's probably set. So that might be the person you want to work with.
True. Well, we'll see. All right. We should have. All right. So going into the last round with all these good players, what are we looking for? Who other than Saren, who's going to top this board? Just say Saren and we'll move on.
Oh, no, definitely not. I mean, you've got Morgante and Peter in Austria and Italy, which is delightful, just delightful. And then, you know, to be thrown in the triad with Saren is especially good. But, you know, Peter is the defending DBNI champ and has not played a lot this year, is not currently in position to qualify for the tournament. And you can bet that he wants to. And so Peter is going to be hungry for a result here. Morgante and Saren are possibly not, unless they have their sights set on trying to get the number one. Well, Saren has passed up the opportunity for the number one seed, so clearly she's not that interested. And Morgante maybe, and Peter is hungry. So I actually, you know what? I actually would expect to see Peter and Saren collaborate. That would be my guess if I had to pick. In that, I would think they'd collaborate.
All right, so we got. Forced moved into Burgundy, England coming down, Channel and Wales, everything else fairly straightforward. The lone runner to Tyrolia, and Munich another one-off into Burgundy this time, although unsuccessful. David, what do you think in the fall? Lots of red in the West. Good, bad, or indifferent against a powerful East.
That's another one of these things where England has decided, instead of for sure taking a build, I'm going to see it about taking builds and maybe not get any, which he doesn't.
I don't think I've really ever seen this. I have to say, England always goes for at least one sure build. And
always is a strong word.
Not always, but yeah.
From this position, though,
I mean, it's obviously he was guessing that Brest was going to be left. I mean, that's obvious.
Yeah.
But not supporting yourself to Belgium here with a convoy is a little odd.
Yeah. So we have to talk about the East. We've got England. I don't think we paid enough attention to Henry getting into Galicia in the spring of 2001. But so Morgante and Henry have taken the opportunity to knock one on, to put a lump on Peter's head.
But you know what? Who's attacking the Turks?
Nobody.
Builds an army though.
Army, so. Wow, builds an army.
Yeah, it's a very anti-Russian here. But you know, choosing Peter, like that's the choice here.
Or choosing Morgante.
And so what we have here is Henry. We have another South Coast St. Petersburg build, the second one we've seen tonight, and we'll see how that one works. And works out this time.
And this one against a fleet in Berlin, so clearly something between the Russian and the German.
Yeah, you know, Tom actually might be able to get away with not getting a build here. You know, Norway is here for the taking in this year if he wants it.
And Paris, and Army Paris. So who knows? Maybe
another one of these no fleet build games. My goodness, or very few fleets in different places. I guess would be a better way to put it.
All right, so
builds that England likes. Let's put it that way. Lots of builds that England likes.
Yeah. And in the south, we have Saren trying to get the fleet out, doesn't make it. So not choosing Morgante or Peter in this case.
I think the army build was, I'm with you, Italy. We're doing an IT.
And yeah, what is Russia doing then? So Morgante is getting the benefit here so far. Question will be what happens next.
Well, let's answer that.
Mm-hmm.
And that answers what Henry's doing.
So Henry's getting Budapest, gets into Galicia as well. It's potentially a very nice RT forming here. One that is forming on the back of AI aggression. And we have England and France suddenly in the ascendancy in the West. England getting 2 builds, France is at 5 now and has a nice solid defensive position.
Well, Germany does take Sweden with English help.
So maybe a triple.
Yeah, maybe. Or at least it's unclear who's with whom at this point.
Hey, but we have for the second time France supporting Italy into Munich without success.
I like this. So England makes up for not getting any and picks up 2.
And builds Fleet Liverpool. All right. So much for the Western triple.
And the only thing in the east is Peter pulling Albania. St. Petersburg, I'll call the north. So, and now the north turns around and heads south.
France is going to be fine, though. Without Germany joining in, England's not going to get anywhere against France. In fact, it's a little...
Henry was... I'm sorry.
I was going to say, it's a little surprising that Tom is not working with Germany against Russia here further.
The Russians were expecting the convoy to Livonia, which is why they went down there with the army, trying to block it.
Sure. That would have been better actually than what it did. Now England's just left themselves open to a stab from Germany, which comes. So Tom just got mass bombed. Congratulations, you now are an official club member. And in the south,
Saren got a build too.
Yeah, and Saren's out of the box now. Peter has a quick game. We'll be able to get going on his Sunday morning chores. And Saren puts another army down.
Wow, that does surprise me, actually.
Yeah. I actually don't even see the logic for it.
There is not any. It should have been a fleet. Even if you're going to immediately hit the Russians, you'd build a fleet, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you would want to try to get a fleet facing the... Yeah, that is perplexing.
I mean, this is or maybe that she's just slow playing the game. I'm just going to sit over here and be a defensive bubble. Although really 4 armies is not even all that defensive. It'd be better defensive with another fleet.
It has a kind of Goffy feel the way she's playing, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what we need. That's what
we need. A 19-year-old Goff.
No, look at what she's doing. Look at what she's doing. That really is an Andrew Goff type move.
And still gets Romania anyway. I don't feel as though Saren is quite playing diplomacy right now.
She's toying with us.
Yeah, it's sort of hard to understand what's going on here.
It is overnight though, right? So
but she didn't even go to Bulgaria.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
If Italy leaves, it doesn't matter, of course.
Convoys to Greece and goes to Galicia.
Leaves Romania to go to Galicia. Yeah.
Are Morgante and Saren like trying to get Henry a score here or something? No.
It's
11, 11, 11, 1.
Saren does like triples.
Where was Ben in position? What did Ben have? Ben had a big score earlier tonight, didn't he?
Ben moved up to 5th, yeah.
Okay. All right. This game feels like one that now that Peter has been, it feels like the goal was to eliminate Peter and then see if Jason can get a score.
There's obviously still a lot of play left in this game, and there's a lot of arrows. Some of them make no sense, but there's a lot of
like,
well, they're going to go kill the Russian fleet.
Yeah. But the Russian army goes Budapest to Romania. I guess they're setting up a border that suits the Turks more. Ben manages to get some fleets out, but that's as far as they're going to go. St. Petersburg should fall eventually, except the German fleets are going the wrong way. Okay. Next.
Oh, Armenia didn't make it. The support to Marseille.
The Turks took Berlin because that's what you do. When
Yeah.
you've got 4 armies and a fleet, you end up in Berlin.
And now, if you're Saren, do you build another army or just wave?
I refuse to make any predictions about that. I really do. I just refuse to put my reputation on the line. There is no way to tell what's happening in this game.
I think Saren will try to disband the fleet and see what Backstabber does. Yes.
So, Dave, what do we pay the big bucks for? Not making any predictions. Not making any predictions.
I will be glad to make predictions in games that I understand. But as we say, we don't quite know what's happening here. I mean, it's also true that Henry is one of those guys that's learning the game, and maybe they're trying to help Henry a little bit. And, you know, as I have always said, and I will continue to say, guess who controls their actions in the game? The players, not us. So whatever they think is fine with us. We're just trying to figure it out.
All right. So Munich's pulled here. Jason is commenting in the chat about his views on this game. So
it's going to take a while for another Turkish army to get up to Munich, though. So I wonder what they're going to do in the meantime.
Well, move it forward to Kiel.
Yeah, I think the
I
goal
don't
is
know, but Bulgaria to Khan helps you get to Munich faster.
Trieste down to Albania just on its own. So
and now Saren can do a 4-way vortex movement.
Are you predicting that? Is that your final answer?
Oh no, she can't do it because Smyrna is. Oh no, Smyrna is occupied. Okay, so
Berlin goes to Kiel. Did we say Berlin goes to Kiel yet? Berlin goes to Kiel.
Yep, we got Berlin to Kiel. It'll be in Holland in the fall. That's my prediction.
Yeah. Where does it end up? Does it end up in Brest?
Brest. Yeah. Well, no, convoy to Eddie.
For those watching at home who are trying to learn the game of diplomacy, you have watched some interesting games today that are very educational, and then there's this one.
Yeah. Good thing this is at the end of the show.
Don't try this at home. Don't try this at home.
Nope. Didn't do the circle. Just held all 4.
That's disappointing.
No. She needs another army to do 5. That's why. She's waiting.
We do have Italy taking a dot off of Henry in Serbia.
But Henry picked up Berlin instead. So
yeah, but so Morgante is picking up 2 here, which will put him into the board top position.
With Ionian supporting Tyrrhenian into Naples and not going to Tyrrhenian like who was requested.
I wonder if they arranged a bounce and then Saren didn't do it. But that would require being duplicitous, and I think it's clear from Saren's brand statement that that's not part of it.
Yep. All right. So Irish is gone. Leon is gone. Fleet North Coast. So maybe a little more play. We're through 1906. Oh, there you go. So, and Khan got support to Smyrna. So we wanted to make sure that was going to no bounces down in the south.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, come on.
A little worried about that.
Yeah.
We have a retreat into from Norway into St. Petersburg. So now suddenly Tom DeGraff is taking dots, maybe with Jason's consent.
Maybe.
According to the comments in the chat, no. So,
okay.
Yeah. Morgante leaving Serbia.
Ben Kelman is just sitting with these 5 units saying, I don't know what's happening.
I know.
I'm just going to stay right here and wait and see what happens.
But now that Ionian did make Tyrrhenian, there'll be some Ben will have to do a little more worrying.
Yeah, well, his position is not.
No. I mean, he did lose Burgundy to the Turks.
Yep,
so.
Burgundy. Yeah, I thought it was going to go to Clyde, but maybe it will be Brest, like you suggested.
But what if Turkey has to disband one of these armies by the home center? I worry about Saren's long-term prospects in this game.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, the one to get rid of is
Bulgaria,
Syria, which means we're not going to see that.
No.
But her whole position would collapse if she loses Syria.
Against the Persians, yes. She will not be able to defend against the Persian advance that will be coming in the next year.
Oh my God. Yeah. What happens next?
Let's just keep going.
Saren does have to disband. This is the fall.
I know that. She lost Keel.
Can we see what happens? Oh no, Kevin froze.
And he froze exactly what we're all thinking. What?
I know. It took us maybe a little too long to notice that.
A, it's been a long broadcast. B, this game.
Oh, Kevin, don't make me load this on my own computer. All right, I'll be back shortly. So, David,
I will say, let me make a serious point about tonight so far.
God. Okay.
All right. No, I'm going to make a serious point.
Okay.
I think it was last time we played, there was a lot of Western alliances getting the jump on the East. I have not made an official count, but I think that in most games, the Eastern alliances have been doing better tonight than they were last time. And I wonder if that's people looking at last month and thinking, if you just screw around long enough in the East, the West will beat you. You have to make some bolder moves early on to try to take control. We've seen that several times tonight.
It'd be a nice welcome change. Yeah, I think France and Germany in particular have been really strong in VDL so far this year. So it'd be nice for that narrative to change. But and Turkey feels like has done better in general.
I agree. We've seen, not only have we seen a very obviously really strong AT that happened, we also saw an RT that actually worked pretty well. In addition to a really strong wintergreen, we've seen lots of different things.
Yeah.
We haven't seen. Have we seen tonight an AI alliance that just defeats all comers and takes over? I don't know if have we.
No, I feel like I'm seeing the internal conflict between A and I. Which has been kind of nice. Yeah, we talked about like AIR showing up for a turn or two here and there, but certainly hasn't tried to run the board.
Right.
All right, so we've got half of Kevin O'Kelly back. We get to see this delightful turn for some time longer. And on to Winter 07, where Syria's gone. Sorry, Saren.
Those Persians, you got to make some kind of deal with the Persians. There's going to be problems.
Yeah, the Persians played by who? Tommy Anderson making an appearance.
I was going to say Eddie Bersan, but I'm going to go with Tommy.
Boom! Look at that.
Welcome back, sir. I heard things got a little too electric over at your place.
This is karma for me picking on Chris for not getting on stream. So.
Henry is now the top in the top position.
All right, go Henry. Oh, because he took over the dot that had been Saren's in the center of the board. All right, let's push forward here. It feels like we're being told a story here rather than watching a competition.
All right, you guys keep going. I'll try and stay with you here.
Well, I mean, this is an Eastern triple, and as I said, Saren really does love them. And that's what they're doing. They're just going to go take stuff. And the question's going to be, is this designed to give Henry a top? Is this something that Morgante's going to take away? Morgante's moving some units back, as you can see.
Yeah, it's the first delightful thing that's happened in a little while in this game.
There's nothing that's not delightful about Turks in Burgundy and Marseille. There's nothing that's not delightful about that. All right, let's keep going.
All right.
Okay. What happens? We've got Ben experiencing reality, I think it might be the way to say this, losing Spain and Marseille. We do have Morgante Pell commanding Budapest, but maybe he felt like that was okay because Henry is ahead of him and getting Kiel.
So Morgante stays the same, right?
Morgante goes up 2, I believe. Yeah.
Yep,
and
there you go.
Oh, I missed something there. Okay, I'm sorry, I missed something.
He picked up Spain and Budapest.
Oh, Budapest, right?
Yeah. Yep. And so, and Henry is facing resistance from Tom. And that's kind of where things are. So really the only question here is, does Morgante do anything?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, moves to Mid-Atlantic, Piedmont to Spain, and Spain to Portugal. So Ben is under attack.
But now, you know, this God, what are the letters here? IRT, the ERT is facing a moment here where Morgante is poised to get a very big score if he wants it.
Which may have been the deal.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I mean, maybe.
Saren jumped in for one round, and Morgante jumps back above in round 3.
Maybe you call this the triple. TRI.
Well, it's no longer that. Saren has clearly decided that she wants some dots, and there could be an argument here that these dots are now needed to stop Morgante. But that feels like it should be weak T to Henry.
Yeah, but the score doesn't matter, right? I mean, Saren's at 6 and now gets closer to Henry.
Henry was already losing position. I guess you could argue that Saren needs to go and defend.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we're trying to ascribe too much sense to this game, which was clearly not designed to operate like a normal diplomacy.
Fleet Ankara. Yeah, okay.
11-8. Well, 11-8-8 now, so a little closer to it.
No, it's just a big score for Morgante. The only question is how big, and could he get in position to try to snag a solo? There's not enough years left, I don't think.
Yeah,
no, I don't think that was what was going on here. I don't think.
Yeah, but Burgundy's supporting Munich, so it clearly Saren is okay with Morgante's top.
Yeah, and I don't think Morgante is going to take Marseille, for example. But let's just keep going, because I don't think this is a game that is going to tell us a whole lot of lasting diplomacy, educational truths.
They walked out of Brest, so interesting.
But takes Warsaw,
and Saren gets Moscow and Paris.
Does Henry? I mean, how does Henry feel about this?
He takes Holland.
Yeah,
that is a question. I mean, that's where his units are, right? Like,
yeah.
Sending them back wouldn't do anything.
No.
Yeah,
there you go.
I mean, this was designed to do something like this from the beginning.
No.
But it's not a very nice thing for Henry, right? So like if Saren's goal coming in here was to be nice and help out someone else, it turns out Morgante is the person that she's helping out. Trying to find something to say.
I don't know. Let's see see if Ed has any read on it. Back on it. Not another board top. Top share goes down after this, Ed. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Morgante was the laboring oar. Saren got her rewards. Poor Henry, sort of inevitable. The big dog's got to eat something. They ate Henry.
After a Peter McNamara snack.
Yeah, Peter. I wonder how the negotiations went. Like, was there any chance, or was it, sorry, Peter, we can't get you?
According to Morgante in the comments. There we go.
Ed, I hope you don't mind that Morgante's face is directly over you.
I'd say he's a prettier man, but I'm not a liar.
Why would he? But Henry, I thought Henry was fighting Tom the whole time. That doesn't quite make sense.
Uh-oh.
I will go out on a limb again and say I don't think this game really makes sense, and I think we should probably just move on to some other topic.
All right, let's move on. So this is the end of the night for the VDL. Let's see where we are.
Where's Chris?
Hey,
Brown?
look who's still up top.
So Morgante. So this moved Morgante. So Saren had moved above him, right? So this moved Morgante back above her.
Yes, because I think what you told me about your awesome program is that this shows from the change from how we started. So since there was no change from beginning to end, this is where we're at. So, so all right. So big winner of the night is Ben and Karthik for his survival in Saren's absolute domination earlier.
Oh, I'll say it again. It's sad that Karthik's score went up. It's sad.
Yeah. If there's any injustice in the world, it's that Karthik's got the top 7.
Oh, there we go. And the losers are Craig and Wes falling out of the top 7. Both were in top 7 coming in. I know Wes played a couple of rounds. I think he played 2 and 1, so maybe that hurt him a little bit. And Craig, I don't think we've seen Craig for a while. So
you will see him in the episode of Deadline that's dropping in a few days because he is one of the panelists.
Ooh, I like it.
Can you tell us a bit about what that's about?
I would if it wasn't really late and I'm having aneurysm. It's Craig and it's Ed Sullivan.
It's about clicks.
Thank you. It's about clicks.
You remember your own topic.
Thank you. It's about clicks. About clicks in diplomacy. Craig, you're doing it from a face-to-face point of view. Ed from an online point of view.
Nice.
And Ben Kelman from a virtual point of view about whether, to the extent to which we see cliques in diplomacy, to the extent to which they're good or bad, and the extent to which we can do something about it. It's going to be a good discussion.
It's not just good. It's the greatest DBN Deadline News segment ever. Let's get on the promo.
Right.
We will also have an interview. We'll also have an interview with Dave Miletsky talking about Carnage, the tournament that's coming up in just a few weeks. And we will have an interview with Riaz Varani about Nexus news, including the Nexus Season 7 tournament that's beginning soon that he is GMing.
Excellent. And that is
what are you gonna do in the Paris method? Are you gonna drop down or are you gonna take France? What do we got going on for VDL?
Let's get Brandon's strategy on top board as we get closer. Maybe we'll do a pregame show after the December finals, so we know exactly what Brandon's going to do heading in.
I think I have like a 50-50 chance of keeping the top spot. I have to be honest.
And he always drops down to like 5th or 6th anyway. Sorry to ruin the surprise, everyone, but
Hey, I just looked it up, and this game that we just watched snapped Saren's streak of 5 straight board tops.
Oof. Jeez, losing her.
Which might have been the explanation for what happened in this game, honestly, that she wanted to do that.
And I'm sorry, of the past, oh God, she's only not topped 3 boards, either shared or not, or lone topped in her last 15.
Wow. 2021, the year of Saren. So
Saren is having a good year.
Yeah. And I don't want to jinx it, but Tanya Gill kind of ran the league last year. Won a tournament early, ran away with VDL to start with, and then ran into some hard times in DBNI. So I know Saren's playing great, but there's a lot of good players out there who want to play great too. So it's been fun to watch so far. Speaking of fun to watch, I'm kicking Brandon off because I'm going to think, based on my internet connection, it being bad, maybe Chris's can't handle all the bandwidth of my awesome video stream here. So I'm going to pull myself off as well. And David and Ed, you guys are on tap for the interview with Chris. We're going to get him in. I see him smiling. That's a good sign. He probably can hear us this time. All right.
I can hear you. Yes, that's very funny. Apologies.
Can you hear us?
Connection. Yes.
You're on. You're on live television. This is your moment.
Thank you. There's a delay. There's a bit of lag, but I can hear you.
Zach,
Chris,
you need a mic check.
Yeah, Chris, tell us a little bit about your diplomacy background, and then we'll talk about your games.
Okay, so I was introduced to diplomacy in the office about 10 years ago when one of the guys said we'd play it. He suggested a site and we played one turn per day to go along with the office politics. We played diplomacy to add to the mix of the office politics. It was fun, and then I've reconnected again during lockdown, joined the Nexus Diplomacy server on Discord and playing some speedboat and gunboat games. And believe it or not, my first voice game since that office in the introduction was yesterday in round 1, Australian time, and round 3 this morning, Australian time. So that's my experience.
So, what did you think about virtual play?
Yeah, I found it quite stressful because you can hear the tone and anxiety in people's voices. Can they trust you? Type things. Not following through on moves the first time until they know that you're going to do what you say you're going to do.
So, which of the games did you think went more your way, the way you were expecting, or the way you wanted?
Well, I was Russia in round 3 today, and I expected to get smashed because that's the way some of the gunboat and speedboat games have been going. And I didn't. I had some great allies in Karthik in Turkey and Lamb in Austria. And these are all people that I met for the first time. And in England, we had Sanjay, who I met in round 1 yesterday. So that was something that we had in common. Although yesterday we were on the other side of the board, so we didn't get to communicate that much. And today we did. Until I made the mistaken move of going into Silesia from Warsaw and had to pay them back by Sweden and get a disband on that. But they understood it was a mistake on my part. I didn't mean to.
Didn't mean to, as in clicked the thing wrong, or didn't mean to, as in just made a bad decision?
Well, a bit of both. I tend to make the moves and submit them while I'm thinking. And I'd been talking in one of the rooms and hadn't got around to speaking with Sanjay in England that particular 15-minute round. So I hadn't communicated that to him, so it was a shock, first of all. And second of all, from my point of view, I had three units then surrounding Galicia, and all of a sudden the Austrian unit in Galicia had suddenly disappeared and stabbed Turkey. So I looked like a bit of a noob then with 3 units standing around doing nothing and Germany very annoyed. So it was a bit of fast talking to placate them, and obviously they got Sweden in exchange for that misstep.
Well, we all make missteps. The ability to react to them is what we're trying to learn to do. Ed, how about you take over here?
Chris, did you play diplomacy on the beach? And if so, was your mic as bad as it is now?
Well, I'm sitting on the beach right now, and you can see it just there. But I was at home today when I was playing this morning. It was about 8 a.m. when we started.
Okay, I would like to know, because he's a semi-friend of mine, how you got along with Cedric as Italy when you were playing France in Game 2. It looked like you were working together pretty well.
It took a while because that's the first time that we've met. I mean, talking at least. And honestly, it looked like a Italy-Austria move straight off. It looked like a key Lopato with Italy going through Austria to get down to Turkey. Both Karthik and I both saw that, and we were talking about a juggernaut early on, but they pretty much made the decision for us with those moves. And it wasn't until the Austria turned around and from Galicia back into Italy that everything changed. And I think Austria did themselves a disservice there with that move.
What is the key to success in diplomacy, and does it have anything to do with wearing a purple shirt?
Purple shirt. This is blue, by the way. I'm not sure if I can step out into the sunlight if you want some.
No, it's okay. We don't need to see more.
I'm really glad to hear that. So I'm still learning what the key is. I think it's transparency in your communication, first and foremost. I had to speak a lot of mea culpas to Steve and Germany as well when I made that misstep. Sorry, Steve was England and Tanjo was Germany. I got that mixed around the other way when I spoke earlier. And apologised, and I said, yeah, you can have Sweden as payback as long as the bloodletting is going to stop there, and you guys can focus on your other fronts, which they did, which was good. They accepted that as an innocent mistake.
Have you beaten up Andrew Goff in a fist fight yet?
I'm not sure we've met in person. Are they in Sydney?
I couldn't tell you.
Chris, if you had met Andrew Goff in person, you would know it.
Okay. All right.
I tell you what, the sound is not great on your end, so let me just ask.
Sorry to hear that.
No, it's all right. Let me ask sort of a final question for somebody that's watching this broadcast that has not yet played virtual. What is your pitch to them of why they should try this? It's fun.
I think it helps with relationship skills in general to know how to communicate in stressful situations. I think there was a few US presidents that said it should be part of the education system. Is that beneficial for children to be able to pick up those skills, in their social dynamics and relationships that carry on through life. And like I said, it's much better than office politics, that's for sure, which I try to avoid at all costs.
Well, we appreciate you being on the show, and more than that, we appreciate you playing in the Virtual Diplomacy League because we'd love to see players join us, and we'd love to see players from around the world join us. And even though Australia has given us Peter McNamara and Andrew Goff, we still want more Australian players to join us.
Thank you for playing.
Thank you very much for having me, guys.
Bye.
Wow. I felt like I was at the beach.
It was refreshing.
Yeah, it was. It's nice to see like the sun and the beach and stuff, even in the middle of the night.
I like how we're totally ignoring Kevin, just like we do normally.
Wait, is there something different about Kevin?
What do you think?
We got to keep seeing these standings.
I just like the fact that the eyes are below the mustache.
I know what's going on. I love the costume, but I honestly have no idea what it is.
I have
scary lawn gnomes, right?
Yes, it is a lawn gnome. Thank you. Yeah, I had some scary ones, but I don't know where they are. So the only two I could find tonight were Uncle Sam and the gnome that I wore like 15 years ago. So it's what we got.
Are the eyes supposed to be where the mouth is?
Probably not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the only way I could see the screen to be able to click things. So here's where we're at. So, all right, no, but speaking of the standings, we will wrap this up. So based on what we've seen today, a couple moving up, a couple moving down. Status quo for the league. The top 4 are now locked in. So I guess we've settled 1 through 4. What's 5 through 7 going to look like over the next 2 months?
Can you hit me on page 2?
Yeah, let's look on page 2. Ed Sullivan on page 2.
There he is, number 15.
Didn't move anywhere. Actually, look at that. We've got a little moving up and down there, but everywhere in between, not so much. So
there's still time for people to fight for those last couple of spots, I think. For sure.
Yeah, and I think there's been a question for us about where the cut line would end up falling, what 7th place would be, and we've been sort of estimating somewhere between 300 and 350, maybe like 310, 320 if we're getting more specific, and that kind of seems where it's headed. Might be a little bit higher than we thought, in fact. So that's something to keep an eye on.
Just keep looking at 10% tops. What's happened to my game this year? Disaster.
Well, Ed, you didn't play today, right?
That's right. I'll get back on it. I can do it.
Okay. I mean, we loved having you here, but it
I can do it.
Ed, I'd say we believe in you, but
I believe in you.
I got one person. That's why David Hood is my diplomacy hero.
Yeah, I was just saying that so that you'll work with me at Carnage because you and I will both be there in person.
Thank you.
Can I have the patch?
Yes, I have a patch for you.
Yeah, that was what that was going to be the question I had, and when I totally skipped over in-person Carnage. And so Ed, you are going to be there as a player. David's going to be there as a DBN personality. What do you guys look? Ed first. What are you looking forward to about playing in person?
I've never played a full game of Diplomacy face to face. I played a half a game 30 years ago in college. So A, that'll be exciting. B, I really don't care about the results. Just meeting everybody is going to be cool that I've just talked to on Discord. I mean, that's going to be fun. Katie Gray and I were chatting on Discord earlier. I said, I'm going to monitor my alcohol intake, just, not to be an ass, which I can do. But I would like to do, and I'm going to pitch it right now, DBN After Dark at Carnage. Let me interview people off the bar with the patch. Give me some exclusive interviews. I can pull out all the stories, and it'll give the viewer the feeling that they're there.
Speaking for DBN, which I don't have the right to do, we'll take that under consideration. But seriously, it is going to be awesome. I mentioned Craig Mayer and Ben Kelman earlier. All four of us that were involved in that panel discussion for Deadline are going to be at Carnage, which we talked about on the stream.
Nice,
and it's just going to be awesome. There's going to be so many players there. They're going to be meeting each other for the first time. If there is any way that anybody that's watching this can get to Carnage in Vermont for the tournament, which will be on the 5th and 6th of November, 2021, please do it and reach out to us if you have any questions about it.
I was stunned to learn that they allowed Texans in Vermont, but I can tell everyone from Texas they're welcome there. They just can't stay more than a weekend.
Actually, we also have that rule about Texans here in North Carolina. Possibly for different reasons, having to do with the fact that you don't understand what barbecue is.
Oh, wow.
But nevertheless, we'd love to have you visit for a weekend.
This is the Bataan Death March of DBN broadcast. We've got barbecue.
I felt the sauce-related conflict coming, and I think we can all just let it go.
With Halloween coming up, we've hit the
session on pork.
We've hit the witching hour, so we gotta.
Beef is the issue, Brandon. It's pork versus beef. But actually, I love Texas barbecue. I was just playing.
I've never had North Carolina barbecue.
Stay for the weekend and then leave, but you can bring barbecue with you.
All right.
I'll bring some for you, David, just so you know what it tastes like.
Fair.
All right. So 2 more to go. We'll see some reporting from Carnage. We've got Tour of Britain, not championship, but championship for the better part in a couple of weeks. VDL before Thanksgiving. We've got a lot of, like you said, a lot of good diplomacy to play before the end of the year. So, gentlemen, thank you for joining me tonight. We had a full show here. So go out and get some candy, some trick or treats in negotiations on your next match, and we'll send it off in Siobhan fashion. Stay safe and sad well. Good night, all.
Like the stream.